Home of the Sports Bash with Mike Gill, 97.3 ESPN, WENJ, WENJ HD, Millville, Atlantic City.
Welcome aboard a Tuesday edition of the Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN, the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app, live video streaming on the X platform and on YouTube, 97.3 ESPN. Subscribe, like, be a part of the show. What's going on, everybody? It's a Tuesday, and we're at the Fanatics Sportsbook at Ocean Casino Resort in Atlantic City as day number, 15 or so of the Eagles not having a offensive coordinator, and they're losing guys now. Another guy is off the list. Brian Daboll is the new offensive coordinator in Tennessee with the Titans. So cross him off the list. A couple new names have emerged on the list, although they're not names you're probably all that familiar with. We'll get you that in just a little bit. John McMullen from Sports Illustrated is going to join us, of course, coming up at 2:30 today. We'll talk some of the latest insight and analysis on why is this taking so long? Should you hit the panic button that it's taking this long? And who are the real candidates in this group, and who are just some names? You know, they have a new name today. Sean Mannion. I don't know if anybody remembers him. Sean Mannion, I do remember him as a quarterback. He was a backup quarterback, played with the Rams and the Minnesota Vikings. He was a third-round pick. Played about 14 games, 3 starts, wasn't very good. And those are the kind of guys that usually end up turning into good coaches. He has been the quarterback coach in Green Bay with the Packers. So he has worked with Jordan Love and has been out there with Malik Willis as well. So that's a guy who reportedly has an interview. Yesterday we told you Jared Johnson. Now, Jared Johnson, he is the quarterback coach for the Houston Texans for the last 3 seasons. So he is C.J. Stroud's quarterback coach out there. And then you've got Frank Smith. Frank Smith sounds like he is, going around breaking legs, collecting bad bets or something. Frank Smith is the offensive coordinator in Miami, but he is not the play caller for the Miami Dolphins. Now, the Dolphins hired Bobby Slowick, so Frank Smith is out of a job. Interesting thing about him, his background is an offensive line coach. His background is run game coordinator. His background is as a tight ends coach. So you would wonder how he would mesh with Jeff Stoutland. Would he say, hey, Jeff Stoutland, let's work together here? That could be one way you look at it. Or could they just be trying to get information from him? So those are the last 3 names that we now know. Some names off the board, as we told you, Bobby Slowick. He went and signed as the Miami Dolphins' new play caller. And then, of course, Brian Daboll, as we just told you, he just got hired by the Tennessee Titans. The question would be, why did Brian Daboll value the Tennessee Titans job more than the Philadelphia Eagles job? Does anybody else think that is bizarre or odd? You have a team that is an 11-win team, a team that is 1 year removed from being the Super Bowl champions. You have a team that really, for the last 20-plus seasons, has been one of the top 3 franchises in the NFL. And you selected willingly to go to Tennessee to coach the Titans? What's the deal here? Does anybody else find that to be a little bit odd? Because I don't know how many people were in the car yesterday driving around and listening to the show. I was on for a little bit yesterday before that Sixers debacle. But one of the things I was talking about is if you're a coordinator and you don't want this job, I got serious questions about you. If you're a coordinator and you look at the Eagles and say, this isn't my springboard to a head coaching job, I got questions about you. Because how many people are going from the Tennessee Titans to get the head coaching job the next season? I don't know too many. How many people are going from Tennessee Titans offensive coordinator to head coach? I can name 2 Eagles right off the top of the bat of my head. Kellen Moore, Shane Steichen. Boom, those 2. Head coaching job, 1 year, calling plays here. You tell me, if you're a coordinator, when was the last time the Philadelphia Eagles had a season that they were irrelevant? When was the last time the Eagles had a season where they flat out were just horrible and weren't in the mix for a playoff berth? Maybe one in the last 15 years? Can anybody name one? That one Doug Peterson year. And by the way, that one Doug Peterson year that they were terrible, I think they were actually in the playoff race because the NFC East that year was so bad.
I think Andy Reid's last year.
That might be the one.
They were terrible that year. They went 4 games that year, 6 games.
Andy Reid's last year. That was the year that their whole offensive line basically just fell apart. 2012 was the year before Chip Kelly got hired.
Yep.
And they were just terrible because 4/5 of their offensive line ended up getting hurt that year. And then, of course, Chip Kelly.
They were 4-12, by the way, so 4 wins.
That was it. And when was that? 2012?
2012, yep.
That's the last time the Philadelphia Eagles were irrelevant. Think about that. So if you're a coordinator, you're coming into a situation where you have a team that's going to win. You have a team that's going to be in play for a playoff berth, a Super Bowl, and you're choosing the Titans. I got questions about Brian Daboll there. Because Brian Daboll's a guy that I like. Brian Daboll was a guy that I was like, I would be interested in him being the play caller here. If you're willingly choosing the Tennessee Titans, is it fair to say I have questions about you?
Yeah, because, one, if you really are concerned about what your football future is, why would you choose a job that is basically like playing roulette with your career? But the other side of it is, Mike, is there a question about, back to the conversation we had last week, is the Jeff Stoutland thing more of an obstacle than we realized?
No question.
I don't know how to answer that question. I really don't. I don't know what to say about that because I would look at it the same way. I'm a coordinator, and I'm coming in. I look at the Philadelphia Eagles as one of the gold standards in this league. I know that they have maybe the best general manager in all of sports. I know they have an owner that's going to spend money. I know they draft well. I know that they always win. They've got everything that I'm asking for. Just give me a chance. And if I'm the coordinator and I have any confidence in my ability, I look at the Eagles and say, look what they have, and look what they've done, and look who they are. I know I'm going into a situation that is stable. I'm going to Tennessee. I mean, that organization has been a disaster. The organization's been a disaster, the Tennessee Titans.
Now, if Dable believes in his ability, like you just said, and he resurrects but if he develops Cam Ward into a serviceable quarterback, that rebuilds your reputation as well.
So that's the question I would have then. Is the lure of working with Cam Ward bigger than the lure of working with Jalen Hurts?
I think there's nowhere to go but up if you go to Nashville and be with the Titans, right?
Well,
they won
there's
3 games this year.
That's another thing. He was in New York. Maybe he just doesn't want to deal with scrutiny, doesn't want to deal with, constant pressure. He goes to Nashville, and you're a little honky-tonk down there, a little laid back.
And you don't have Sirianni looking over your shoulder. Saleh says, here you go. This is your offense.
That's another thing.
Bring in your own staff.
There is a defensive coach down there who is the head coach, and he says, you're the guy, take over on offense. I'm not going to interfere with you. I mean, you could convince me that is something. But don't you want to be, I don't know, don't you yearn for, at that level, at your profession, that you want to be in the highest level of job you can find?
Maybe some of these guys don't. Maybe some of these guys don't have that ambition.
And that's what I'm saying. If you're not that guy, you're not the guy for this job. If you don't want the smoke, if you can't handle the heat, you got to get out of this Philadelphia kitchen. Because you're coming into a pressure cooker. And if you have that on your mind that I don't want to be a part of the pressure cooker, you're not the right guy for this job.
Is that why Declan Doyle, took himself out of the running? Or some of these other names?
I got to be honest with you. I don't know enough about Declan Doyle and his background, but it's quite frankly that he didn't know that he was ready for this job and just said, you know what? Like, I give you credit. Like, if somebody offers you a job and you're not ready for it, I give people credit who say, listen, I'm not qualified for that job. and therefore I'm going to pass.
Some of these guys are less qualified than Kevin Patullo is, or was, I should say.
I feel like there's a lot of people in this world getting jobs they're not qualified for.
That's a common theme, yeah.
Yeah.
Seems like it's happening a lot.
But if you're Jeff Stoutland, are you going to get bossed around by Declan Doyle or Gerard Johnson or Frank Smith?
You're not.
No, you're
You're not.
No.
Exactly.
But the way I look at it is, if I'm Brian Dable and I know that I'm sought after, I'm good at my job, this guy can make me better. This guy can make me better. Don't go in so obtuse not to think that you can grow as a coach. Like all the time, as a coach, you're looking for people to surround yourself with to make you better. And that's what, if you're telling yourself that I'm not ready for that pressure cooker and that job, then you're not going to make it here. You're going to get chewed up and spit out like Brian Johnson and Kevin Patullo. But if you're up for the challenge, you'll be Shane Steichen and Kellen Moore, and you'll get yourself a job.
So then is it as simple as and listen, I don't want to oversimplify it, but I made the comment this weekend on Hanging with Hennick here on 97.3 ESPN. If people don't want to be here, I don't want you here. Like, why am I going to cry over someone who doesn't want me in the first place?
I agree, and that's what kind of my messaging is. But I will say this:
is it that simple? Is it more about who they hire rather than who they don't hire? If that makes sense.
Well, I would say this to what Josh said, and to your point, Pete. It's not. If you don't want to be in Philly, then Philly doesn't. It's not that. It's if you're saying to yourself that you are not ready for what Philadelphia brings, then that's the answer to your questions right there. That guy's not the right guy. If he has doubts whether or not he can continue what this organization has done for the last 20 years. This isn't a fly-by-night organization, right? They're not some team that just came out of nowhere like the Chicago Bears and had a good year. They've been the best team in the conference, or one of the top 3 teams in the conference for about 25 years now, right?
Yeah.
So if you're a coordinator and you don't think that you can handle that legacy, then I understand you probably saying, you know what, that's a legacy that I just can't uphold. I can't do it. I'm not ready to be that guy. I'm going to go to Tennessee, or I'm going to go to, the Chargers. Because if you're somebody who says, I want the pressure, I want the heat, I want the smoke, and I want the accolades that come with it, which means fast track me to my next my first head coaching opportunity, I want that job. I want A.J. Brown. I want Devontae Smith. I want Saquon Barkley. I want Jalen Hurts. And I want to score more than 19 points that team scored in their playoff game. Let me be that guy. And that's the guy that I'm looking for. That's the guy that I'm looking for. I don't care. Now, do we care how much experience that guy has?
I do.
Yeah, as opposed to, again, Jared Johnson, Frank Smith, and Declan Doyle.
Because part of the problem with Patullo was he didn't have the experience. And remember I got to find the audio, but Richard Sherman said that Kevin Patullo is texting his buddy Ryan Fitzpatrick, said everybody's being too mean to me. They're too hard on me. It's like, I don't want to deal with that guy again.
I agree. Kevin Patullo, this town chewed him up and spit him out. Now, they threw eggs at his house, which is ridiculous. And I don't think that is like something that the next person, I don't know that I've ever heard that happen before. I mean, it's preposterous that it did happen, but I don't think that's something that's like, well, they threw eggs at that guy's house. Now I shouldn't take this job.
When he was hired, though, he was with the organization for 5 years.
5 years.
He did passing game, so he did have some good stuff on his resume.
But see,
they just came off a Super Bowl.
But I was gonna say, that's the part of the problem, and that is, Pete, we're going back to what the Eagles said. The Eagles made the excuses. Well, he knows the offense. Well, everybody likes him. Jalen likes him. AJ likes him. Well, him being liked and him being in the building didn't translate to him doing the job well.
No,
well, I think the Eagles went down the road of continuity. They were trying to do some sort of continuity because they got a problem here. They have a problem that they keep turning over the coordinators because their coach doesn't call the plays. So if you're not going to call the plays, you're going to have this constant turnover at a position that's pretty important. So they're trying their best with Brian Johnson to be, hey, you were here, you called the offense, or were around this offense. Let's just streamline it to you. And the Eagles aren't the only team that falls into this trap. There's a lot of teams when they lose the coordinator, they promote the quarterback coach just so they keep the framework of the terminology and the plays
For the quarterback.
For the quarterback, exactly. So the Eagles have done stuff that a lot of teams try to do. They try to keep some sort of continuity in there. And unfortunately, these guys were not qualified or ready. I don't want to say they're not qualified, but they're not ready for what this town is.
And what this quarterback is.
And
with what we heard this season.
The quarterback is one. And, as I mentioned, the legacy of this organization, which is this is a premier team in football. You know, this is a premier team in terms of the expectation. I talked about this yesterday. This team won 11 games. They've won the division back-to-back years. They're coming off of a Super Bowl. They have been to the Super Bowl. They've been to the playoffs 5 straight years. Name another team in football that's been to the playoffs, 5 straight seasons, and then can win 11 games and make it to the playoffs, and it's a failure for them. You know, I talked about this the other day. The Washington Commanders made it to the playoffs this year, and by the way, they got to the NFC Championship game. They should be commended. But them getting back to the playoffs was like, holy crap. The New York Giants haven't been to the playoffs, one time in 10 years? The Dallas Cowboys, they can't get to the championship round.
And Washington was terrible this year. They just fell apart.
Exactly. And my point is that those teams are celebrating a season like this, 11 wins and a playoff appearance. The Eagles fired their coaches and are looking at this as a failure. And that's what these coaches are up against. 609-403-0973, 609-403-0973. Sports Bash live from the Fanatics Sportsbook today. I know we got a lot of text messages coming in, Josh. Why don't you hit me with a couple of text messages? I actually have a second laptop to try to keep up with the text messages.
I noticed that.
Today.
Yes, this is a new thing for you.
This is a new thing for me today, but, I got to I'm trying to figure it out. Go ahead.
Well, Jim in Williamstown says, if that's what you're saying is correct, Mike, then what are we not seeing about what's going on? Says Jim in Williamstown.
What are we not seeing?
Right, like us on the outside looking in. Like, what are we not seeing about why these coaches are turning it away?
Well, I think there's a multitude of reasons. I think there is the quarterback, whether you like it or not. Jalen Hurts, some coaches might say, he's not my cup of tea. He's not the guy that I really, he's polarizing. There's a reason why these off-season lists put him somewhere in the middle. And it's like, well, he won the Super Bowl. He's a Super Bowl MVP. He's a top 10 quarterback. And other people are saying, no, not really. And I think some coaches are saying, he's okay. He's good. He's not elite.
Would Jalen change his game for, again, Declan Doyle or some of these other no-name candidates? I don't think so. He's going to say, no, you adapt to me.
Exactly.
I'm the Super Bowl MVP. You change your scheme for me.
And that would be a problem.
But I could see that happening. Maybe not for a Mike McDaniel or some of these bigger name guys, but some of these no-name guys, Jalen's not going to change for them.
Mike McDaniel might say, hey, look, I have an offense. I don't know that he's the best candidate to run my offense. And I have other options out there that I like some of the talent. I like Justin Herbert to run my offense better than I do Jalen Hurts. And I can't fault you for that. Like some people say, well, you're the coach. You need to adapt to the talent you have. Why do I need to if I can go to another team that has talent that I like? So there's that element, too, where Mike McDaniel, I think, is accomplished enough where he can choose where he wants to go. He doesn't just need to take a job. Whereas Jared Johnson, if you got offered the job, it's like you got to take that job.
Exactly.
And then you've got to adjust your offense.
But that's why it's weird that Declan Doyle was like, you know what, I'm pulling my name out of this.
Maybe Declan Doyle says, look, I have an offense, and it doesn't fit your personnel.
Maybe he does.
And listen, by the way, if you watch the game where Philadelphia played the Bears and looked at their run game against Philadelphia, they ran downhill. They smash-mouthed you to death on that Black Friday. And maybe Declan Doyle fell into the thing of, hey, man, I'm going to come here and I'm going to get bullied by Jeff Stoutland, and I'm not going to get to run the kind of offense that I really want to run.
Well, that's where Phil and Brigantine chimes in on the text board at 609-403-0973. Phil and Brigantine says, do you really know if Stoutland would relinquish managing the run game? I can't imagine that's the reason, and I'm sure Stout would work well with a Dable. It's hard to fathom, says Phil and Brigantine.
That's a tough one for me.
I don't know that he would relinquish it. I think he would be willing to work with. Look, why?
But doesn't Dable want to bring in his own guys?
A lot of these guys want to bring in their own guys.
Every position, they have a guy.
Well, they have a guy that teaches his offense.
Correct.
But if I'm Jeff Stoutland, I'm saying I've had the best run game in football, or one of the best run games in football, my entire tenure here. Why do I need to acquiesce to you? So you have this stare down happening here, right?
Exactly. And the thing is that it kind of goes to the point that UPS Jeff brought up on the text board. He says the offense is dysfunctional right now. Philly's telling everyone nothing is wrong. Come on. Some of these guys don't want to deal with this stuff.
Yeah, listen, we'll go back to that other question. We said, what are we not seeing from the outside? I think you're seeing some guys think Jalen Hurts is a problem. Some guys are wondering what A.J. Brown's future is. Some guys are wondering what's up with that offensive line. Some guys are wondering, do I have autonomy in the play calling? Some guys are wondering, do I have to work with Jeff Stoutland, or can I install my own offense?
Right.
So there's a lot of questions that come with this offense. That being said, the Eagles' track record is we win. So come here and you're going to win. Even Kevin Petula, who got his ass fired, won 11 games. Brian Johnson got fired. He won 10 games. And they both made the playoffs, by the way, and got fired. So there's another detraction is, man, I can win 10 games, and if my offense isn't good enough, but that goes back to the confidence level.
Right.
If you don't have the confidence that you're going to be the guy. Coaches always have the confidence. By the way, we're going to be at Radio Row next week. And one of the guys, we're getting the guest list all put together. One of the guys we're going to be talking to, by the way, on Wednesday's show will be Donovan McNabb. Now, Donovan McNabb comes into the league, and he's basically, the second pick in the draft, and he's good from pretty much right off the bat. One of the guys out there that we are probably going to talk to is Ryan Leaf.
Oh, really?
Who was the second pick in the draft. Mm-hmm. But Ryan Leaf struggled.
Mightily.
But there's always a team that says, or a coach that says, Ryan Leaf has a big arm. I'm the guy that's going to get the most out of him.
Right.
I'm the guy. So he keeps getting jobs. So he goes from the Chargers, and then he's on, Dallas, and he's on however many different teams Ryan Leaf ended up being on, because there's always a coach that thinks that guy has a ton of talent, and I'm the guy that's going to get the most out of him. And that's why I find there's got to be a coordinator out there that's got the confidence in himself to say, the Eagles have talent, and I can get the most out of it.
I mean, are we at the bottom of the barrel, though? Is that where we're at?
I don't know. We'll ask John McMullen that coming up next on the Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN.
It's getting pretty dicey right now. Some of these names coming out.
That's the problem.
Sean Mannion, really?
That's the problem.
The guy was playing 2 years ago.
Jared Johnson.
I
I
mean,
when I saw Jared Johnson's name, you're thinking, woof, is this really the Philadelphia Eagles choices? Jared Johnson, Sean Mannion, Declan Doyle, although he pulled himself out. Charlie Weiss Jr. pulled out. Who's still left? Josh Grizzard. I haven't heard his name.
Frank Reich just got a job with
the Jets.
The Jets, right, so he's gone.
All right, that's coming up on the other side. Plus, our brand new 97.3 ESPN Phillies Insider. We're going to introduce you to him at 3 o'clock today on the Sports Bash. He's a familiar name. He's covered the Phillies for the last couple of years, but he's joining the 97.3 ESPN Sports Bash team this season, and he'll join us at 3 o'clock today as Harrison Bader found a new team. Our poll question today is up, and you can vote on the X platform at Mike Gill Show. Here's the question. Get on over there and vote. Pete, did you vote yet?
I did, actually.
All right.
Yep.
Phillies fans, would you rather 1 year, $10 million for Adolis Garcia, or 2 years, $20 million for Harrison Bader? Vote right now at Mike Gill Show, and we'll update that poll question later on throughout the day. We're just getting started. The Sports Bash live at the Fanatics Sportsbook at Ocean Casino Resort in Atlantic City.
It's the Sports Bash with Mike Gill.
And I am the voice of the voiceless.
On 97.3 ESPN and the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app.
All right, live at the Fanatics Sportsbook, Ocean Casino Resort in Atlantic City. Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN. So we're seeing some more names come off the board. We're also seeing some new names emerge for the Eagles. What should we make of some of these names and this coordinator search? Are you at the point where you're starting to get worried, or the sand going through the hourglass not worrying you all that much? Let's see what John McMullen has to say. Sports Illustrated, and of course, Birds 365, weekday mornings at 8 a.m. on the Jacob Media YouTube channel. Let's bring in John, and of course, get the latest on everything that's happening around the league with the searches. You got Brian Dable off the board now. You also have, obviously, other guys picking spots. The Eagles are starting to interview more names, and a lot of these names are pretty unknown to the common fan, I would imagine, John. So when you look at where we are and how everything's going, do we look with some concern or not necessarily?
I wouldn't be concerned, but it certainly hasn't gone according to plan. But, the Eagles have a long history of that. If you really want to go back into more high-profile situations where, Doug Peterson was not their first choice by any stretch of the imagination, nor was Nick Sirianni at head coach. So you could argue Kellen Moore was not the first choice as offensive coordinator. And that worked out from the perspective of results-wise, winning the Super Bowl. So, but clearly Mike McDaniel, Brian Daboll were the two top targets. And, they had multiple options, and they decided other options. And Daboll's still technically out there. He's still in the mix for the Las Vegas job, although I doubt he's going to get that. And he's promised Robert Saleh that if he doesn't get a head coaching job, he's taking the Tennessee job as OC. So, it hasn't gone great, but as we've seen in the past, that doesn't mean it can't work out.
So there's a couple of new names. Yesterday, Jared Johnson, Frank Smith, and today, Sean Mannion. What do we make of, these are guys who don't have play calling backgrounds. Some of them are not even coordinators. Do you put a lot of stock in these candidates?
Well, they got to hire somebody. So if you look at, they've been linked to, I think the number is 15 now, if you want to count Clayton Adams, who got Cowboys offensive coordinator, who got blocked from interviewing. So 14 or 15, depending how you look at it. And of that group, the only ones left are Jim Bob Cooter, Matt Nagy, Josh Grizzard, Sean Mannion, who the latest be unveiled today, has been coaching for about 2 days, Frank Smith and Jared Johnson, as you mentioned. So that's where we are. And again, you have to pull the trigger on somebody. So of that group, I think clearly for the experienced people that need experience, Matt Nagy would be the top choice if he's available. And then you go from there. If you're just looking for upside and the best potential offensive mind, who knows? They could go with a younger guy. Sean Mannion would be, again, he was playing quarterback, I think, as late as 2023 in this league. So only been coaching for 2 years. That's kind of a hard sell coming off Kevin Patullo and the whole span of, well, he's just not experienced enough as a play caller. And you're hiring a guy 2 years out of being in the huddle in the NFL. So, the Eagles kind of brought this upon themselves. And, if you lack patience, sometimes you get caught in the corner.
What do you make of, in your mind, in terms of, I don't know if favorite's the right word, but you do got Matt Nagy, who has ties to Andy Reid, who basically came out and endorsed him, saying he should be a head coach. I don't know if he's getting any head coaching opportunities, but does Nagy feel like that's the favorite right now, or is there somebody else that hasn't been mentioned that you have your eye on, or is it one of these lesser-known guys that there's like a fit or some relationship that seems to work?
Well, I think everybody's hoping for that last minute out of left field candidate. I mean, Joe Brady was one of those guys, and he gets the Bills job, so he's off the board. I think a lot of people are enamored by Nate Shieldhouse. Don't understand necessarily why.
He shook hands with Sean McVay one time.
Had a cup of coffee with Sean McVay. Eagles interviewed him before because he was at Iowa State. Nick's very close with Matt Campbell. But, I mean, if you look at him versus, say, some of the other guys on this list, there's really not a proven commodity other than being dubbed hot because, again, Sean McVay, as you mentioned. I'm not sure how much more proven he would be other than he's got a little bit of a higher profile. But, with Michael Ford being the leader in the clubhouse for the Arizona job, he's likely to be the offensive coordinator with the Rams if he stays put. So that might be a difficult get. Cliff Kingsbury's a name that has been out there, and the Eagles have had interest for whatever reason that has not popped up to this point. Maybe it does. But until we know otherwise, you can only operate on the guys they've actually interviewed, and the list is that 6 names I mentioned. And of that group, if you just want to go with history and resume and demonstrated performance, Matt Nagy would be, I would think, by far the most accomplished, at least.
John McMullen, Birds 365, Sports Illustrated. John, is there a reason in your mind that this job is not filled? Is it not attractive? Do people have questions? Are the questions different? Is there one big question? I mean, when you look at this job from the outside looking in, are you saying, why are people not knocking on the door for interviews here?
Yeah, I think that's the perception, but I think you're seeing it bear out in real time. That's not the reality of the situation. I think everybody in Philadelphia thinks it's a really good job, and everybody outside of Philadelphia thinks not that great of a job. Is pretty much how it handles it. And the 2 guys who had options basically turned the Eagles down. And there's, it's very similar to the offense. So we discussed all year what's wrong with the offense. And it's part running game. It's part offensive line not playing as well. Injuries. It's part quarterback. It's part offensive coordinator. It's part head coach being too probably risk averse. It's all these things. And, Nick said that at the season-ending press conference, amongst other times. Everybody was the term he used. Everybody has their fingerprints on it. This is similar to this. It's the same thing. Yeah, it's part. I think people see, the personnel sort of atrophying or descending. I think it's part that, you have to play a certain style to take advantage of the quarterback. Not a lot of people want to play that style. I think some of it is the Eagles' history of being impatient with coordinators if things don't go well right away. I think part of it is the environment, and nobody wants their family getting, yelled at or egged their house. Nobody wants that. So I think that's part of it. I think all of that comes in. And then it might be something as simple as when you talk about somebody like Mike McDaniel, California guy. His wife's from California, wanted to go back to California. It might be as simple as that. So all these things are in play. I think people get hyper-focused on the personnel, and it's so much more than that when it comes to making decisions like this for coaches in the NFL. Finances could play a part of it. There are certain states like Tennessee and where Brian Daboll's going, and Texas and Florida, where it's much more desirable to live if you make a lot of money. So all these things can factor into it. I think people try to boil it down to, well, why wouldn't you want to be here? Because they won the Super Bowl less than 12 months ago.
Well, and I would also interject, though, John. I would also interject, and just from this perspective, it's not just that they won the Super Bowl a couple of years ago. They won the division again. They have been pretty much, I don't want to say the gold standard, I don't want to use their words, but a top 3 to 5 NFC team going on 25 years now. I mean, if you're coming here, you know you're going to a spot that the expectation is you're going to win, and they generally do. I don't know that that's a deterrent or not, but you would almost say, hey, if I'm going to the Philadelphia Eagles, I know the expectation is to win a Super Bowl.
Well, yeah, but that's not necessarily the decision. That's not the tipping point. I know fans would like to believe it is, but that's not necessarily the tipping point for especially coaches who are young and ambitious and ultimately want to go in want to be in a head coach. And even if you look at somebody like Brian Daboll, what's the better situation for him? Even if you want to take out every other part of it and just think about personnel. Well, if he goes to Tennessee, they're at rock bottom. And if he turns it around with a young quarterback who's got some talent, they might win 7-8 games and he'll be a hot name on the head coaching circuit again next year saying, look at what he did. Look at the improvement of Tennessee. Whereas if he comes here and wins 11 games and wins the NFC East and improves the offense, okay, that's expected. He's supposed to do that. So is that really going to raise his resume? Now, if you win the Super Bowl, yes. But remember, people are emphasizing on that because of what happened with Shane Steichen and Kellen Moore. Okay, it's not easy to win the Super Bowl. Brian Johnson had a number 8 ranked offense, and he got fired because he didn't reach expectations. Now, this year, they did struggle offensively pretty significantly. But if you're a young coach who's, needs some time to learn on the job, this is not the place for you. You're not going to be given that time. So there's a lot of things that come into it, and part of this is the Eagles' prior history of impatience and refusing to allow young coaches to grow. Hey, if you don't win here, you're out. That's it. So win, you're out. Lose, you're out.
Yeah. What is a guy like Declan Doyle? Young guy, obviously not a play caller, comes out of nowhere. Why does he say, you know what, I'm not ready for this?
Yeah, well, that's I'm surprised so many people haven't figured that part of it out. I mean, this has been going on in the NFL for decades. If you're told or you're aware you're not getting the job, you withdraw, and it's sort of like a courtesy, and the team lets you say that. In 90, I'm not going to say 99, but 95% of the time, if you hear somebody withdraws from a job, they've been told they're not getting the job. So, for these people that think that Declan Doyle turned down the Philadelphia Eagles, I do not believe that is the case.
Right. Okay.
When you see that, if you look at Buffalo, for instance, you can see it today. You could go throughout this whole process of guys around. This is an NFL thing. This is not a Philadelphia thing. Phillip Rivers got it. He withdrew from consideration. He knew he wasn't getting the job. He withdrew. It happens in every NFL city, and it has for years. So that when you see that term, same thing with Charlie Weiss.
Right.
He was. Those guys were not getting the job.
So, any of the names, Frank Smith, interesting at all? I mean, Mike McDaniel guy, obviously. Jared Johnson seems like that's way out of right field. Mannion. Anybody left on this list outside of Nagy?
I think Jared Johnson's not out of right field at all. I mean, they interviewed him before to be the offensive coordinator, and he worked with Nick in Indianapolis. So they've actually been interested in working with him for a few years now. The Sean Mannion one, to me, is the one. Like I said, he was playing quarterback in this league as late as 2023. He's only been a coach for 2 seasons. He started out as the offensive assistant, so very low level in his first year, understandably. Then they promoted him to quarterback's coach. So the Packers think a lot of him. He's on the fast track, but to be getting an interview for an offensive coordinator position, at 33, 2 years off the field. That's like Alex Tanney was here. He can't, and at a much lower level. And then name him your offensive coordinator. That one to me is the one that was just like, all right, what are we doing here? Frank Smith, I think it was, remember the Eagles do, especially when they get deep into searches, they sort of have two goals. Obviously, the obvious one is they need a new offensive coordinator, but they use it to interview a lot of people. And I think if you look at Adams specifically, and then Frank Smith, it came up at the same time they got turned down for Clayton Adams. They both have a history as offensive line coaches, run game coordinators, very impactful on the run game. And I think if you look at what happened last year and the deficiencies, they're trying to pick the minds of all these smart people, where the league is going, the trends. They do a good job with that kind of stuff, but I think a lot of fans don't understand. It's not just about finding an coordinator for them. It's about sort of feeling around the league and what's going on around the league and getting the pulse of what everybody's doing.
All right, last one for John McMullen. What is your take on Jeff Stoutland and whether or not he is a plus or minus in this situation?
Well, he could be. He certainly could be a minus if you're forcing him on certain guys like Mike McDaniel, who was a run game coordinator himself. So it depends on the candidate. Most candidates who don't have, like also Frank Smith is an offensive line coach essentially from his training and run game coordinator. For somebody like him, yeah, I mean, he's not going to want doubt around or that there could be some clashing there. So it depends on the candidate. But if you're a pass guy, if you're a Jim Bob Cooter, if you're a Matt Nagy, if you're a Josh Grizzard, I think it'd be foolish not to want Jeff Stoutland. So it depends on the candidate. But certain guys, yeah, they would not want to be. And that's sort of what happened with Cliff Kingsbury. And I say with Cliff because he's not an offensive line guy, and the Eagles went in a different direction. If you don't want to work with Jeff Stoutland, maybe you don't want him. Maybe it's the right decision that you don't want them.
All right, John McMullen, tomorrow morning, 8:20. I'll be on with the guys at Birds 365. And, of course, the Eagles search continues. I'll tell you what, it's giving you a lot to talk about because if they would have had this figured out by now, it'd be a little downtime on the Birds. But they're keeping it going. And then I don't know that the hire has been spoken to yet. We'll find out. John, appreciate it, pal.
All right, thanks, Mike.
All right, Johnny Mack, everybody. Of course, 365. Weekday mornings at 8 a.m. on the Jacob Media YouTube channel. When we come back, Adam Schefter, later on, 1 hour from now, we'll hear what he had to say about the whole Eagles situation in our unsportsmanlike moment of the day. But when we come back, Bader or Garcia, we'll check out the poll question coming up next.
Unsportsmanlike with Evan Cohen, Chris Canty, and Michelle Smallman.
They're being patient. Yes, there have been a couple of people that have said, no, thank you. So clearly there are some people that are comfortable with the pressure of that job and what it entails. But I think by and large, it's more them being patient and thoughtful and thorough, looking at a lot of different people before they come to a decision.
Wake up weekday mornings with Unsportsmanlike with Evan Cohen, Chris Canty, and Michelle Smallman on 97.3 ESPN.
Hi, Flo here from Progressive. You know, life changes quickly, so it's good to have flexible coverage.
Oh, you mean like adding another vehicle?
Yes, that's something we can do.
Great, because I was thinking about getting a van so we could just keep the kids' softball stuff in the car.
Oh, we don't need to get into specifics. Just saying it's easy to change.
Oh, and Hannah wants to try the tuba.
Again, we don't need the specifics.
Last year, she wanted to be a tap dancer, but that only lasted 2 lessons.
Okay.
But she kept the shoes because they are adorable.
Well, just know that with Progressive, you can easily add another car to your auto insurance because we know life changes.
Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates.
It's the Sports Bash with Mike Gill
Keeping the fans entertained and happy.
on 97.3 ESPN and the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app.
All right, welcome back. Fanatic Sportsbook is where we are. All right, poll question. Would you rather have 1 year, $10 million for Adolis Garcia or 2 years, $20 million for Harrison Bader? Votes are coming in at Mike Gill Show. It's 70-30 right now.
Bader.
Josh, what'd you vote for?
I voted Garcia, but I
I
think
voted for Garcia, too.
but I'm
You
probably
both
in the
voted
minority.
Garcia.
Yeah.
And so did I, by the way.
Oh, I like that.
And
all
we're
in
still
agreement here.
losing 70-30. The people would rather Bader 2 years, $20.5 million over 1 year, $10 million of Adolis Garcia.
They just don't see the big picture, do they?
Nope.
Well, listen, I said yesterday, Harrison Bader had the best 50-game stretch he ever had with the Phillies, and it wasn't even close. He has not been dependable. He hasn't been healthy, and quite frankly, he hasn't been very good.
Yeah, he's not Willie Mays, all right? People are acting like they passed on Willie Mays or someone of that stature. He was a rental.
He was a rental who had, like, the best 50-game stretch of his life here in Philadelphia. I mean, he has bounced around. He had 6 years with the Cardinals. Not one of those years in St. Louis was worth a damn. He was with the Yankees. They got rid of him because I think he hit 214. He went to the Mets and was terrible. He was in Cincinnati and he hit 197. I loved what Bader brought to the table. But you got to do a little research and realize that he had the best 50-game stretch that he ever had.
Not to mention it's Justin Crawford's time. He's the guy you got to see.
I do think they could have brought him in for 1 year, $10 million, and fit Crawford and Bader and then let Marsh and Garcia platoon. But I don't think they want to platoon Garcia. I will say this. If you went back and watched Adolis Garcia's playoff run, World Series run with the Texas Rangers, sign me up for that. Can I get that run out of him in the playoffs?
Or will he get DFA'd in July?
That's the other option. But by the way, you can keep voting. Right now, Bader is winning the vote 70-30 at Mike Gill Show. When we come back, we'll introduce you to our new Phillies insider for 97.3 ESPN. He's going to be covering the Phillies all season long. Stick around. Meet him next.
home of the Philadelphia Eagles.
They got him again!
Sixers.
Bang! It's good! Ball game!
And Flyers.
Tipped in front of the net!
97.3 ESPN. WENJ. WENJ HD. Millville, Atlantic City. A Town Square media station serving all of South Jersey.
We're at the Fanatics Sportsbook at Ocean Casino Resort in Atlantic City. It's one of our final shows here. We'll be here this Monday and then next Monday, and then we're done for the football season because the football season's over. But the Phillies truck is heading to Clearwater on February 3rd, and we are 2 weeks away from Phillies pitchers and catchers reporting in Clearwater. 2 weeks away. And this year, covering the Phillies for 97.3 ESPN.com and the Sports Bash. We want to welcome aboard for the 2026 season Jeff Kerr to the show. And Jeff's going to be covering the Phillies. He covered the Phillies for CBS 3 Philadelphia the last couple of seasons, and now he's going to be bringing that unbelievable expertise and knowledge to our show. You remember Jeff from CBS Sports. He covered the NFL and the Eagles. And Jeff Kerr is going to be having a podcast. He's going to be doing some columns, and he's going to be on the air with us here on the Sports Bash. Jeff Kerr, what's up, dude?
What's up, Mike? Hopefully multiple podcasts.
Well, we're looking forward to your coverage this year. We know you did a great job on the Phillies for CBS 3 the last couple of years. And this year, the Phillies, I guess we got to start off right off the bat. Is this going to be a fun Philly season or what, man? I mean, so many people are acting like this season's a fait accompli, that it's just going to be boring or it's not going to be fun. What do we make of this offseason so far from your perspective?
I mean, is winning 90 games not fun anymore? That always was fun to me, especially someone growing up watching the old sage of Darren Dalton and his one knee and John Kruk basically leaving the Phillies to go to the White Sox and just watching that awesome 93 team just wither away. And they went from like a 90-win team to like a 60-win team. So I'll take what they got now. But look, if you would have told me at the beginning of the offseason the Phillies are going to keep Kyle Schwarber and JT Realmuto, I would have said I'm on board, right? Because JT Realmuto was the best catcher available in free agency. I did not think they wanted to lose him. I think they were okay if they lost him. But Kyle Schwarber was the guy they really wanted to sign. And I kind of knew since July that was their number one priority. And they got it done. Kyle Schwarber wanted to be back, made sure he got it done. I wasn't sure with the outfield if they were going to bring Harrison Bader back, so that's why I was kind of shocked with Adonis Garcia. But look, everything they said they were going to do, they pretty much did outside of Bo Bichette.
Well, let me ask you about this. We got a poll question up right now at Mike Gill Show. Everybody can vote. We'll update it throughout. 70-30 right now said they'd rather Bader 2 years, $20 million over Garcia 1 year, $10 million. Which way do you think is the right way?
Whoever signed the 1 year deal. If Harrison Bader signed a 1 year deal for $10 million, I'd be a lot more upset. But he signed a 2 year deal because that's what he wanted. He wanted multi-year contract. He's always signed 1 year deals, and he admitted this on John Heyman's podcast last night. He's always had 1 year deals. He's always been moving. He wanted the job security. He thought he played well enough last season, a career year for him offensively, to have job security. And he banked on himself, and he got it. I have no problem with that. I want Harrison Bader back too, but when they signed Adonis Garcia, read between the tea leaves. That's where it happened. So,
well, listen, I agree. I voted for Garcia, by the way, but I would say that, and I also look at it this way, see if you agree. Bader gave you the best 50 games of his life. I don't know that the Phillies thought that the impact that he brought them, they were going to get over the next 2 years.
I would agree with you on that. Look, I think they looked at the career more than the 2 months he gave them. And look, you want to say he provided a spark in the clubhouse? Absolutely. You are 100% correct. The day he walked in there, as a matter of fact, I actually talked to him the day he got in there. And I just wanted to ask him, get to know him a little bit. And I said to Harrison, I have a question for you. Why did you pick 2? And he said, well, he wanted 4, but obviously 4 was taken by Otto Kemp. But he said, single-digit numbers are winning numbers, right? And I'm like, okay, I already like this guy because I'm a single-digit number guy. So, Harrison and I hit it all pretty good. And look, I would have loved Harrison Bader to stay here just for my access. But look, he was great for that clubhouse, and I'm never going to deny that. And I thought if he was healthy that postseason, they probably do get past the Dodgers. I'm not going to deny that.
Well, and that's a big part there is if he's healthy, do they get by the Dodgers? And this is the message the Phillies keep saying. We think we were right there. So they've went on and upgraded their bullpen mightily in my eyes, Jeff.
Yes.
They won 96 games with a bullpen where they didn't have a closer until the trade deadline. I mean, they were going with Jordan Romano. You remember, Alvarado got popped for the PEDs in May, so they really didn't have a closer for most of the first half of the season and still won 96 games. You now have Duran and Brad Keller and Alvarado for virtually the whole season now. I don't know how many more wins that's worth, but if you had 96 last year, what are you going to win, 106 this year with that new bullpen? Because I think the one area that we're not talking enough about where they've improved mightily is that bullpen.
I would agree with you, right? And look, people seem to forget how this Jose Alvarado situation went down. Jordan Romano was starting to pitch well in May, and then he had to go back to the role that he kind of lost. He wasn't good enough there. They settled the gap with Orion Kerkering and Matt Strahm, and Kerkering did well there, well enough where he was probably their best reliever come July. And then he took a kind of a hit because they traded for, I shouldn't even say that. They signed David Robertson, right? And it's like, okay, well, where do I sit in all this? I did everything I need to do. Where am I at? I think the Duran move he was more than okay with. That's a bona fide closer, but I think he kind of lost himself mentally there. So you're already thinking, and look, your bullpen was deeper, but David Robinson didn't give you what you thought he was going to give you, not for $5.5 million.
No.
So that was kind of a disappointment. Matt Strahm kind of, I don't want to say he deteriorated the second half of the season, but he wasn't the same guy they had in 23 and 24. So, yes, this bullpen is a lot better. You got a Brad Keller in there who was worth the investment. You still got Duran under team control for a couple more years. Kerkering's mentality is back. So you're going to have him in a seventh-inning role. You're going to have Alvarado back at $9 million a year. This is a very deep end of the bullpen. Oh, and Tanner Banks is here. We keep forgetting about how well Tanner Banks pitched for them last year. So those are fine.
They brought in a couple arms in the Strahm deal. They got the trade for Backus out in Arizona. They brought in Bryce Wilson. Yep. So they do have a couple guys that will compete for probably that last job that do have a little bit of a track record. So I think their bullpen is significantly better. The question will be, now, by the way, Jeff Kerr is with us. He's going to be covering the Phillies this season for 97.3 ESPN. He's going to be on the show all season long with the Phillies, and we'll have a lot of Phillies coverage this year. Jeff covered the Phillies. You've been in that locker room. But one of the unique things about Jeff is he's covered the Phillies, and he's covered the Phillies minor league teams. Justin Crawford, they're banking on him coming up here and basically giving them something they haven't had. Where do you see the translation of what he was as a minor league guy, 340 batting average, very high on base, to what he will be and the impact he'll have in his role here?
I never thought people cared about ground ball rate as much as they did until like this offseason, right? Justin Crawford had a high ground ball rate at every level in the minor leagues and still was able to hit. I was told, he'll deteriorate when he faces better pitching in Double-A. Well, that didn't happen. I was told the same thing when he got to Triple-A. Oh, that didn't happen. Look, this is probably why I'm excited for this season because I've watched Justin Crawford the last 3 years. I've been watching Andrew Painter. I'm ready for Andrew Painter to actually come up and contribute to this big club. I'm ready for Justin Crawford to play every day in center or left field. I'm assuming it's going to be center, by the way. He's guaranteed an outfield spot. He's earned that right. So is Painter. Aiden Miller, I'm glad he's finally getting the hype as one of the top prospects in baseball.
I'll tell you what, Jeff. I had Hembo on last week, and he said people around baseball tell him that if the Phillies needed him right off of opening day, that he could handle it.
Oh, I would agree with him. I would agree with Hembo 100%. Look, so I was watching a game with a couple scouts. I want to say it was June-ish. It was a couple weeks for the deadline. And I just remember a scout telling me the Phillies are crazy if they trade this guy. And it was after he stole third base, by the way. And I'm just thinking to myself, yeah, they are. Like, why would you trade Aiden Miller? To me, this is an untouchable. And look, Justin Crawford ended up being an untouchable, and we knew Andrew Painter was. So I just don't understand why you would want to. Look, I think a lot of the fans do want to see Aiden Miller. I do. I think they're just tired of. And look, it's nothing against Alec Boehm. I just think they're tired of seeing Alec Boehm. I think that's the one kid they want to see come up and play, and he's
I think that's why the Phillies have been reluctant to trade Boehm for pennies on the dollar or for whatever, because the timing works out when his contract will expire and Miller should be ready.
And that was the thing when they in-signed Bo Bichette. I'm like, well, there's the pathway for Aiden Miller, right? Because if Bo Bichette would have signed, Bo's going to play second, I would assume. Trey Turner's going to be shortstop, and then you move Bryson Stott to third, or you either trade Stott or you trade Boehm, because Boehm's in his last year.
Well, they could have played Bichette at third, too, which is where he's going to play with the Mets.
Yeah, I don't know if I like that or not. I don't think he's a good third baseman.
Either scenario.
Yeah, but either way, right? I think a 7-year, $200 million deal for Bo Bichette is more than fair, and I think it would have helped this offense, giving them a right-handed bat. But look, help maybe on the way of Aiden Miller. Like, I know he's only had a cup of coffee in AAA, but I mean, the kid stole 59 bases last year.
Yeah.
Well, and he hits and he gets on base.
Well, I'm sure they have him in the back of their mind as a guy that they can possibly bring up at some point to add a spark to this team. That being said, you're looking at essentially the same lineup. Now, Rob Thompson did indicate that he is going to flip-flop Harper and Schwarber, which means now Schwarber will have to go through the season with nobody hitting behind him. I wonder if this is a way to try to jumpstart more out of Harper, to have Schwarber protecting him.
Did you have a problem with Dave Dombrowski basically saying Bryce Harper wasn't elite? I didn't either. And I said, if I know Bryce, I think Bryce is going to embrace it, right? He'll take it his own way. Like, I actually didn't mind him wearing the not elite shirt in the batting cage, because that to me shows, okay, Bryce Harper is going to be like, I'm going to prove you wrong. By the way, the best athletes do that. Tell you they're going to prove you wrong and actually do it. That's what
whatever you can do to kickstart, won't get more out of Harper than you got last year. And it's not that Harper, again, I think Dombrowski was right on the money. He didn't have a bad year, but we're used to an elite year.
Yeah, we're used to Bryce Harper being one of the top 5 players in baseball. He was not that last year. And I think it hurt this team. He didn't hit as well as he did in the regular season. His OPS was down a little bit. I mean, really, outside the 3-home run game, did he do much?
I don't know that Harper had like that signature moment of the season last year. You said outside of the 3-home run game. Right, he didn't have that big hit, that memorable moment, especially in the playoffs. And that is one thing, too, about Adolis Garcia. I was looking about this today as the poll question is up, and Garcia had a postseason for the ages. I mean, you can make an argument that I'm 49 years old, and in all the playoffs I've ever watched, that Adolis Garcia in 2023 may have had the greatest postseason that I've ever seen in my life. It's something that the Phillies have lacked over the last 4 postseasons.
That's why I get so upset when people like to play the postseason game, that small sample size. I'm like, okay, but in the same breath, you're saying Adolis Garcia stinks, but then you go and look at his postseason numbers and they're insane. So which one is it, right? You just can't pick that battle and then just ignore everybody. Like, I use the Utley Howard comparison to that. Who would you say is a better player, Mike Gill?
Chase Utley or what?
Or Ryan Howard?
Oh, or Ryan Howard. Well, the better player overall is Utley, but the more
pound for pound.
The more dangerous hitter, or the more dangerous batter hitter would be Howard, but the better overall player, offense, defense, running the bases, speed would be Utley.
Yeah, but based on their postseasons, Howard was way better than Utley. Everybody remembers the 09 World Series, but Howard did it more. And I'm just thinking to myself, well, Chase Utley's better than Ryan Howard, so why are we using the postseason as a small sample size here, right? Why are you doing this with Brandon Marsh and Harrison Bader? Oh, by the way, Mike, I always wanted to point this out. The reason Justin Crawford did not get called up last year was because Brandon Marsh hit .304 since May 1st. Brandon Marsh kept Justin Crawford down.
I saw your post today, at Jeff Kerr PHL. Follow Jeff this year for all the Phillies coverage. You had the Marsh comparison to Bader. They could have brought Bader in, though, in my opinion. See what you think.
I agree.
Played Bader in center, Crawford in left, and then platoon Garcia and Marsh in right field. The question would be, did they guarantee, much like the Kepler situation last year, did they guarantee Garcia that you're going to be the everyday right fielder, we're not going to platoon you?
That's what I think happened. I really do. I think they said Adolis Garcia is going to be our everyday right fielder. I think that's what they told him.
And you could probably answer this because you know Kemp pretty well. Jeff has covered Kemp at two different levels in the minor leagues. They want Kemp to play, and if that's the situation, Kemp was going to kind of be the odd man out because they are looking at him to be that right-handed left fielder, right?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. So they wanted him to play. Right? So here was the thing with Kemp last year. Now we know about the broken kneecap. I've known about the broken kneecap for months, and it's very hard to kind of bite your tongue when people are saying this guy's not good, when you know he's got a bad knee and a bad shoulder, and he's just kind of grinding it out. And look, he can't play third because Alec Boehm's there. They probably would rather see him, but they want to play him. I think the best bet for him is a platoon role with Brandon Marsh. And I agree with you, Mike. Like, I don't think anybody would have complained if Harrison Bader was playing center field, Justin Crawford was playing left, and you had Adolis Garcia in right. But where does that play Brandon Marsh? Where does that play Otto Kemp?
Right.
And Brandon Marsh has not done anything to not be in a platoon role and just mash right-handed pitching like he always did. And then where does that leave Otto Kemp? So you probably would have sent Otto Kemp down just so he played every day. I don't think they want to do that.
Right, and then, they do have Brian De La Cruz. They signed him. He's a veteran guy that they can use as kind of like that extra outfielder. It'll be very interesting to see, where they hit Crawford in the lineup. Do you look at him as the 9-hole guy? Do you look at him as the 8-hole guy? Or do they try to get a little bit of, on base and speed at the top of it? I don't see that happening, them using him but plus he's left-handed. You can't hit him in the 2-hole with him hitting 2 and Harper hitting 3 and Schwarber hitting 4. But that would be an interesting spot for him.
I think 9 is fair for him, right? At least to get him started. Because then you can get that turnover and speed at the bottom of the lineup. And then when you flip to the top.
The problem with that is if you're hitting Stott in the 8-hole, you would have Stott left-handed 8, Crawford left-handed 9, Turner.
Then you go Turner. Yeah.
Right-handed, but then you're going to – so you got 4 lefties in those 5 spots at the bottom all the way back up to the top. And depending on where Marsh hits in the lineup, if he's in the lineup that day, that puts another lefty in the lineup.
Would you assume, like, the days Marsh hits, he's 6th?
I would say where do you think they hit Garcia?
I think right now he's cleanup. I think they want to play
him in the 4.
Yeah, and then I think Boehm – do you think Boehm would be 5 or do you think Marsh would be 5?
That's a good question. I think it depends on – because I have Garcia hitting 4, and then I would assume you hit Marsh 5th against right-handed pitching, and Boehm – that puts Boehm in the 6 hole, which is kind of where I've said if you're hitting Boehm 6 or 7, I'm
That's
okay with that.
pretty good.
If you're hitting him 4 or 5, I'm not a big fan of that one.
Yeah, that's always been our issue with Boehm, right? Everybody knows. I think everybody can admit Alec Boehm is a fine baseball player. He's not great. He's not terrible. But I just don't want him hitting 4th. I think that's their biggest issue right now. We don't know who their cleanup hitter is. And I think they want it to be Garcia. I think it eventually will be Garcia. I think JT Realmuto is better at the bottom of the lineup. I think Alec Boehm's better at the bottom of the lineup. But 4 and 5 is where my questions lie.
I agree, and I do agree with you on Garcia. All right, Jeff Kerr covering the Phillies this season for 97.3 ESPN. I'm pumped up for this. His access, he'll be at the stadium as much as possible. We'll be hearing from him many times throughout the course of the season. He's going to be having podcasts and all sorts of digital stuff. That being said, let's get into the pitching staff because Wheeler, unknown. Sanchez, Luzardo, Nola, wild card. Taijuan Walker, Andrew Painter. They don't really have another guy to even compete there for the staff. So is the pitching staff a question mark?
It's not as good as it was last year. I still think it's going to be good, but again, we're banking on Zach Wheeler becoming Zach Wheeler again. I really don't know if that's going to be the case. I can't answer that. We got to see him throw, and we don't know when he's going to be Zach Wheeler again, if he's ever Zach Wheeler again. Aaron Nola, like you said, is a wild card. I don't think he's going to be as bad as he was last year, but is he going to be Aaron Nola again? I don't know. I do know Jesus Luzardo is probably going to be pretty good, if not great. I mean, you take away the 2 starts he had, those 2 terrible starts he had last year. He had a tremendous year. I think what they saw from Jesus Luzardo in the postseason gives them enough to say, yeah, we're going to pay this guy. This is going to be our guy. And it's a shame that Ranger Suarez is gone because he wanted to come back. He had a lot of intentions on coming back, but he also knew the situation. It just go get your bank, kid. Like, you've earned this. I hate it because he is a homegrown guy who signed and just came up through this system and went through the trials and tribulations of success and failure in multiple roles to become a reliable starter. But I get it. He's pushing 30. It's time to get paid. It just wasn't going to happen here.
There's no doubt. Would you make a play for Framber Valdez?
I'm not against it. I mean, there's money to spend, right?
Do you think they need someone to replace, like someone of that magnitude to replace Suarez? You just lose Suarez, who, listen, he had his injury issues. He was unreliable. That was part of the problem with him, but he pitched some big innings for this team.
Yeah. Would you like a team with, and again, let's just entertain this. You signed Framber Valdez. So you got Wheeler. I'm assuming Sanchez is the 2. Probably Sanchez might be the 1 at this point. Framber Valdez, Jesus Luzardo.
It's pretty good, by the way. If Wheeler comes back and Wheeler's Wheeler, and you have Sanchez 1, Wheeler 2, then you can go left, right, and then Luzardo 3, most likely. And if Nola bounces back, I mean, last year you pitch him in a playoff game and only got 2 innings out of him.
Yeah, and like, I still think the biggest malpractice of this entire postseason, if you wanted to get on Rob Thompson for anything, was Ranger Suarez did not pitch game 1, and I thought that was the game you had to win. I'm like, he is available. He is available and ready, and did not pitch. I don't understand that logic.
The philosophy that the Dodgers had versus the Phillies of using their starters as relief pitchers, and the Phillies did not do that. It cost them.
And I said this multiple times in the postseason. I wrote them in columns. That was Dave Roberts' way of saying, this is how we're going to beat them. I don't know if we can beat them pound for pound like a regular season game, because they tried that and they lost.
Yeah.
We're going to have to change it up a bit. So that's where I think Dave Roberts is a good man. I've gained a lot of respect for Dave Roberts over the last 2 postseasons of how he's managed the Dodgers. And I think he's learned on the job. If Dave Roberts can learn, why can't Rob Thompson?
Well, there's a lot of talk about that, and Rob Thompson obviously is back. He got an extension, and we'll see. It's a very similar team. We're going to be covering it all season long. Jeff Kerr will be here. I'm so used to seeing Jeff Kerr, CBS Sports. Jeff Kerr, 97.3 ESPN.com, all season long on the Phillies. And, of course, they will be at Clearwater February 11th, pitchers and catchers. And then full squad workouts on the 16th, and their first spring training game February 21st. We'll be all over it here on the Sports Bash. All right, Jeff, welcome aboard, man.
Yeah, I'll tell you what, Mike. I'm excited for spring training. So I'm actually going down with my parents this year. They've never been down to Clearwater. My dad does not like flying, so that's going to be a very long drive.
And what are the dates you'll be covering them down there?
So I believe we're leaving the 11th, so we'll probably get there the 13th. I know I'll be covering the game on the 15th. I'm going as a spectator on the 17th with my parents, but it's going to be at least 2 or 3 games I'll be down there.
Very cool. Yeah, I'll be down there from right around the same time till the 22nd. So we'll probably cross paths. And by the way, we're looking forward to the full season from Jeff Kerr here on the Sports Bash. All right, man. Thanks.
Yeah, sounds great. Thanks, Mike.
All right, Jeff Kerr, everybody, CBS Sports, 97.3 ESPN. You remember him from CBS Sports covering the NFL, and he covered the Phillies for CBS 3 for the last couple of seasons. But now he's joining us here at 97.3 ESPN for all the Phillies coverage. And by the way, Frank Close is still going to be covering the Phillies. His mailbag will still appear every Tuesday. We'll have Frank's Phillies mailbag. Jeff will just now be covering the Phillies on a day-to-day basis from the ballpark here on the Sports Bash on the radio, and we'll be doing some Phillies podcasts. Looking forward to that. He's here. Jeff's going to the game on St. Patty's Day.
Is he?
Yeah, he just said that.
Well, he meant March, not February, right?
Yeah, he's going.
March?
He said
Okay.
he's going in March 13th or 14th, and he's going to the game on the 15th as a spectator.
That's St. Patty's
and
Day
on
game
the
is
17th.
trouble.
Oh boy,
That's trouble.
All right, so what do you guys think about what Jeff had to say about the Phillies stuff there? 609-403-0973. We got text messages we didn't get in the first hour of the show. We will clear out some text messages on the other side. And by the way, very excited about Jeff joining us to cover the Phillies. He is a great reporter. He does a great job covering the team. He did a great job on the Eagles. He did a great job on the NFL. We saw him at the Super Bowl last year.
We did.
He covered the Super Bowl last year for CBS Sports.
He's great on stats, like metrics and stats.
If you follow Jeff on Twitter X, you will get stuff that you're just like, where did he find this? At Jeff Kerr PHL. But he will be a big part of our Phillies coverage this year on the Sports Bash. Plus, Frank Close's Phillies mailbag not going away. Bob Wankel, a Mike and Bob Phillies baseball chat. We'll still have that and more. The best coverage of the Phillies is 97.3 ESPN. This is the Sports Bash.
You're listening to the Sports Bash with Mike Gill
Never thought this radio stunt would catch on so big.
on 97.3 ESPN. Gill.
And it just keeps getting better.
On 97.3 ESPN and the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app.
All right, welcome back. Sports Bass Live, 97.3 ESPN. We're live at the Fanatic Sportsbook at Ocean Casino Resort in Atlantic City. You know, new concert coming to Ocean this summer, PG.
Oh, really?
Big time.
Blues Traveler?
Blues Traveler.
You going to go?
I'll be there.
Already?
Big Blues Traveler fan. John Popper, baby.
Wow. I mean, it's January, and you're already making plans for
You know who they're
summer.
playing with?
No idea.
Blues Traveler, Gin Blossoms,
Oh, God.
Spin Doctors.
Oh, Spin Doctors. That is a blast from the past.
Now, I would classify them as 90s giants. And some people said, giants? I said, you know, Blues Traveler won a Grammy. Gin Blossoms went quadruple platinum.
Wow.
And Spin Doctors went double platinum.
So they were in the mix with, like, Alice in Chains and the
A little
grunge
before
bands.
that.
Before the grunge bands.
No, but not the same. Like Blues Traveler, I think. You know, Blues Traveler started the Horde Festival. Remember that? That was like Lollapalooza. It was a little bit before that, or like right around the same time.
Okay.
And Blues Traveler, John Popper's the lead singer, very famous for the harmonica.
Yeah.
They had this song, Hook. But anyway, a couple others. But Gin Blossoms probably had 8 to 9 songs that everybody would know. Now, when I was in high school, Spin Doctors they had the 2 songs, Little Miss, Can't Be Wrong.
Little Miss Can't Be Wrong, right.
That song was huge when I was in high school. Humongo. Now, I think they only flamed out after about 2 or 3 songs. So apparently they played together here last year. I must have missed that. I did not see that. Here you go. Little Miss Can't Be Wrong. But they're coming to Ocean this summer. Tickets are on sale now.
I think you should maybe get a VIP meet and greet. I'd like to see you backstage with those guys.
John Popper, there was a guy, when I went to West Virginia, there was a guy who looked just like John Popper, and he used to eat in the cafeteria at the dorms. And we always sit there and be like, yeah, there's John Popper. So I texted my roommates from college today, and I was like, yo, anybody want to go check out the guy who used to eat at Towers in the cafeteria? He's playing August 1st. But I think tickets are on sale now for the show.
So you got plans already for August 1st.
Dude, I texted my group of buddies. Was like, yo, August 1st, Blues Traveler, who's in? In. Blues Traveler was humongous, dude.
Yeah. No, they were.
Josh, I don't think would peg you for a Blues Traveler fan.
Listen, we have very much established on this fine program on 97.3 ESPN that you and I grew up in very different worlds, which constituted some of our musical tastes.
Gin Blossom I could do without. Like, I don't not like them, but, you know, it's like Goo Goo Dolls.
It's good.
Gin Blossoms are just okay for me. But if you went to the concert, you'll know 6 to 7 songs that you're like, I know this one. Now, I will say, me and my buddy I went to high school with, we've been going to a lot of concerts together recently. Him and his wife like to go to the concerts. I go to the concerts. You know, my girlfriend, my cousin likes to go. So we have a little group that's just been going to these concerts. He said he saw the Gin Blossom show here last year, and he said they were great. Now, of the 3, Gin Blossoms would be 3rd on my list. Now, that being said, I would imagine that Spin Doctors will probably be the opener and probably play like 7 songs. Then I'm interested to see who gets the headliner, Gin Blossoms or Blues Traveler, because I am way more interested in Blues Traveler. But I hope Gin Blossoms, because I'd rather have the 2 early bands, because this way then when the Gin Blossoms come on the stage, I can go out and, you know, go to the bathroom.
Now the crowd, is it much like you guys? You're middle age, I would say.
Yeah.
So it's your kind of people.
Oh, the crowd's definitely going to be like the 45 to 65-year-olds who just want to chill and have a beer.
Just think about it. Like, when I'm 49, so 20 years ago, when I was in my 20s, when all, like, the 70s bands were playing, when they were all kind of doing the
Some
stuff.
of those guys are still playing, by the way.
That's true.
But that's the thing. All these, 90s artists, they're like, some of them are in their, getting we saw Bush here, whenever that was, a month or so ago. Gavin Rossdale is 60. We saw Soul Asylum. The lead singer of Soul Asylum is 60 years old now. So those 90s bands, a lot of those guys are 60, and I'm almost 50. So yeah, it's now the Ovation Hall here. You ever see a show at Ovation Hall?
No, I haven't.
It's really cool. So the way it's laid out is there's like a bar in the middle of the floor, and then it's just kind of like standing room only. Now, we saw Collective Soul here not too long ago, and they actually had seats for that. So I don't know how they're going to do this one. But
right, usually it's like general admission, right? You can just go right up to the stage.
Yeah, the general admission to just kind of walk in. Now, I saw Stone Temple Pilots a couple of years ago somewhere else. I can't even remember where that was. But it was like a really smaller venue. Ovation Hall is a little bit bigger. Very cool spot to watch a show. But I'm looking forward to that. Looking forward to it.
I can tell.
I like a good concert, man.
Yeah.
I used to go to concerts all the time. I saw a ton of shows. Back in the day, Foo Fighters, Radiohead. I've seen Radiohead 4 times.
Are you a bit? Well, Foo Fighters is coming to the Link, maybe.
I did see that Link. Yeah.
Yeah. Are you a big stadium concert guy?
No.
Right. So you like the more intimate.
Yeah, I
concerts.
would much rather hear Boardwalk Hall.
Right.
I saw a show. I've gone to what's that place called? The Blockbuster.
Oh, in Camden, yeah.
Camden Waterfront.
East Center.
I used to go there a lot.
That's like a Dave Matthews Band concert,
The beach show in Atlantic City I went to one time. I saw Blink 182 there.
That's a good spot for a concert.
Not bad. I could do without that many people.
Yeah, see, you're not a big crowd guy.
No.
You're an intimate setting type of guy.
I saw Red Hot Chili Peppers at where the Sixers play, whatever the hell they
Xfinity Mobile,
yeah.
Xmo.
Yep, I saw Red Hot Chili Peppers there. It's probably the only time I ever saw a show at one of the Philly venues. I've never been to the Link for a concert.
I saw Kenny Chesney there a while ago.
Did you ever go to Citizens Bank Park for the concert?
No, I don't think so.
No, I haven't been there either. I saw, Josh, you'll like this. I saw Audio Slave.
Good one.
At the Electric Factory.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah, that was unbelievable. And so I saw Audio Slave at the Electric Factory, and I saw Zwan at the Electric Factory. Now, Zwan was Billy Corrigan's side band after Smashing Pumpkins broke up.
Okay.
He formed a band called Zwan.
So he's not playing any of those Smashing Pumpkins songs?
Nope. They had their own stuff. Now, I heard the Pumpkins are touring again.
Are they?
Yeah. If there's a show, Zach at Ocean Casino, if you're listening, if you can get the Smashing Pumpkins, I'm down for that. Now, STP I saw with the new lead singer, save yourself the money. He's okay. I mean, if you like STP, it's fine. He's just not Scott Weiland.
Right. It's tough to see a band where the guy's no longer the lead.
Especially when Scott Weiland was as good as he was. The new guy is...
Are you going to go see Pearl Jam without Eddie Vedder? No.
I've never seen Pearl Jam. Now, I don't know that Pearl Jam is playing at, no offense, I don't know that they're playing at Ovation Hall.
No.
I think that they have a little bit bigger, they need a bigger venue.
They would play at the Link, the Link or
yes,
the Bank.
I don't think Pearl Jam would play at Boardwalk Hall, let alone Ovation Hall.
Not anymore.
No, Ovation Hall is a great venue for, Bush was there, Live was there, Collective Soul was there. I saw Our Lady Peace there. They have great bands that come here. So, by the way, I was looking, who did I see? Oh, I saw Foo Fighters. Foo Fighters, by the way, I would highly recommend anybody who likes the Foo Fighters, if you ever want to go see the Foo Fighters, go watch them. They are tremendous live.
Yeah, they're coming to the Link, I believe.
They are, yeah. They are coming
or
to the
Bank,
Link.
one of those two.
They're coming to the Link. Now, I would like to see, you ever see, Korn?
Oh, Jonathan.
Maynard James?
Yeah, no, I've never seen them.
I think they would be pretty. Josh, that's a U band, right?
Yeah, that's a me band.
You're
Yeah,
a Korn guy.
Yeah.
What about Tool?
Tool. If Tool was part of like that, to make the part of like a group, you know what I mean? If it's just a solo, maybe not as excited. But
like a Limp Bizkit.
Not really a Limp Bizkit guy. I'm more of a Rage Against the Machine.
Linkin Park.
Now, Rage Against the Machine, by the way, Audio Slave. I saw Audio Slave, which is the Rage Against the Machine band.
Right.
Not with Zach De La Rocha, the lead singer, is not the singer for Audio Slave. The Audio Slave singer was Chris Cornell.
Correct.
Which you can't see Chris Cornell live now, obviously, but
only YouTube.
To see him live at the Electric Factory
was
unbelievable. I mean, you literally felt, because I remember that show. I was standing in the upstairs balcony, and it was shaking because he is that dude's voice was unbelievable. Yeah, I would rank that Audio Slave show was one of the top 5 shows that I think I've ever seen.
Nice.
Now, I saw Radiohead, I said like 4 or 5 times. I saw Radiohead play at the Beacon Theater in New York. It was the $2 Bill Y'all show. You remember those things? The MTV $2 Bill Y'all shows?
No.
I vaguely remember. Did they simulcast those on MTV too?
I think they recorded them, and taped them. But
I remember unplugged.
The $2 Bill Y'all shows were and Radiohead. This is when they put their new album out. It was like 2001 or 2002 when this happened. So there you go.
Nice.
What do you got?
I got a couple texts we can squeeze in here real quick at 609-403-0973. Paul from EHC says you guys have to go see the Dan Bands, the band from Old School. They're in Philly at the end of February. Best concert ever, says Paul on EHT.
I don't know if it's the best concert ever. However, I'll take that under consideration.
An anonymous texter chimed in. They didn't leave their name. They said, I saw Blues.
That's what anonymous means.
Yeah.
Thanks, Captain Obvious. I can go to Tony Romo for that kind of analysis.
Oh, come on. That wasn't fair. That's not.
Texter says, I saw Blues Traveler and Jim Blossoms last summer at Ocean. He says it was mostly a jam session.
I heard Gin Blossoms was really good last year. Didn't hear anything about the Blues Traveler one. I'm cool with the jam session. I saw, by the way, speaking of a jam session, I saw Fish when I was probably in high school still in like West Orange, New Jersey. And I don't remember much.
that good of a time.
I remember very little from that Fish show, and that was a good time. It was at, where the heck was it? Somewhere in, like, the Oranges. If anybody out there knows where I'm talking about.
Drew from EHT, who's not from Orange, chimes in. He says,
Waterloo Field, maybe? Is that what it was called? Waterloo Field? I don't know. Go ahead.
Drew from EHT chimed in about your Bader question. And he says, not to be a contrarian or a negative Philly fan, I think 2 years at $10 million per is more than reasonable for a guy like Bader. Maybe he performs better here than other places. Sure, there may be some regression, but even with that factored into the equation, it gives Crawford a softer landing runway if Bader was here, says Drew in EHT.
I do agree with that. For 2 years, $10 million, it's not an egregious deal. Well, he's not wrong about that.
Who misread their market more?
The Phillies.
Bader misread his market, or the Phillies misread the outfield market?
Both.
Bader misread his market as well.
Both. Yeah, Bader wanted a 3-year deal. That wasn't there. He ended up getting a 2-year deal. The Phillies only wanted to give him a 1-year deal, so he got in the middle. There you go. All right, when we come back, it's the unsportsmanlike moment of the day. What did Adam Schefter have to say about the Eagles' offensive coordinator job? That's next. It is the Sports Bash on 97.3 ESPN.
It's Sixers Bucks tonight on 97.3 ESPN.
they're being patient. Yes, there have been a couple of people that have said, no, thank you. So clearly there are some people that are comfortable with the pressure of that job and what it entails. But I think by and large, it's more them being patient and thoughtful and thorough, looking at a lot of different people before they come to a decision.
Adam Schefter said that this morning on Unsportsmanlike. It's our Unsportsmanlike moment of the day. And the Unsportsmanlike moment of the day, each and every day, is brought to you by Whitehorse RV Center in Williamstown and Galloway. Your RV adventure starts here. So he's basically talking about how they're being patient, and they have every right to be patient at this point. Why? There's not someone they have to have, right? If I said, Josh, Pete, you have 5 seconds to answer the question. Tell me which candidate you want the Eagles to hire. One of these guys or someone that hasn't been mentioned yet?
There is a guy who's been mentioned that I would hire.
Who's that?
Matt Nagy.
Yeah, I'm trying to talk myself into that guy.
You want to talk yourself into
I'm having a hard
becoming
time
excited.
doing it because he was just so awful as a head coach and with Patrick.
He wasn't awful as a head coach.
He got to the postseason twice with
towards
Trubisky.
The latter end, he was bad.
Yeah, but if you've watched interviews with him, he's explained why things went sour in Chicago.
I do push back on that because people are like, by the way, would you rather him or Brian Daboll?
I guess Brian Daboll.
Daboll was terrible as a head coach.
I know.
His record was 20, 40, and 1. You know what Matt Nagy's record was?
What's that?
34 and 31.
Now he had, who was his quarterback?
Trubisky.
Mitch Trubisky.
I literally said that. You didn't hear me. Good job, Pete.
Well, this guy just walked up to Pete and said, hey, would you bet the Bruins tonight?
Bruins Predators.
Predators.
I bet the Bruins tonight.
What did he bet, the over?
He bet Bruins money line. I don't know what that number is.
They're playing the Predators.
Yeah, the over-under 6.5.
It's in Boston. I would pick Bruins.
But the problem he had is he asked ChatGPT.
Yeah, he's asking ChatGPT, should I bet the Bruins tonight?
Why can't you just save your money, man? You just need action, huh?
Just think about that.
On a Tuesday night?
This is what's going on here. We're at the Fanatic Sportsbook. The guy asked ChatGPT, should I bet the Bruins tonight? And that's how he makes his decision.
He just needs that action. He can't watch a game without
of
something
all the
riding on
games
it.
he chooses, why that one? Why?
Yeah, Blazers playing the Wizards tonight, Kings, Knicks.
I mean, why that one? Bucks, Sixers? Football at 4 on the way.
Hill, 97.3 ESPN.
Ooh, that's good.
WENJ HD, Millville, Atlantic City.
Football at 4, powered by the Inside the Birds podcast, which you can get on all podcasting platforms this offseason. Their coverage, second to none. It is brought to you by the Fanatics Sportsbook at Ocean Casino Resort in Atlantic City. That's where we are today, and we appreciate everybody who's been texting in, listening, and watching the show on the 97.3 ESPN YouTube channel. A lot of people watching on YouTube. If you are watching on YouTube or X, hit the subscribe button and be a part of the show. We're at the Fanatics Sportsbook. Adam Kaplan is here. We keep seeing offensive coordinators get hired. We hear people that are interviewing with the Eagles. Why are people looking at this job, and what are they seeing with this offense? We're going to look at the Eagles' offensive personnel and what a new coordinator will get to work with today with Adam Kaplan from the Inside the Birds podcast. Adam, what's going on, man?
Yeah, Mike, that was the subject of our Monday morning show, which you can get on Pod or YouTube with Jeff Mosher and I. We actually, it's a two-part series. We're going to do defense because we always do a yearly state of the roster. And then we give the intel about for free agency, what we're hearing about guys resigning. That's where we put the scoop out of the Eagles are feverishly trying to trade Goddard, and what happened. Some way they found a way for him to take a pay cut and come back. But he's part of this discussion today, Mike, because he's one of their many free agents on the offensive side of the football.
Well, we'll take a look at, obviously, this offense. And, so many people, Adam, are wondering, what are offensive coordinators seeing that they don't want to be here, or they're taking other jobs? Is it the personnel on this offense? What are we looking at moving forward here? Obviously, let's start with the quarterback spot and the role that he plays in this. He is signed through the 2028 season.
Yeah, so Jalen Hurts, Mike, look, it absolutely is a part of it. Either you want to work with him, a Super Bowl winner, or you don't. You evaluate the number one criteria for roster evaluation is coaching tape, all 22. Then you take the numbers. Then you try to match the two, marry the two, and see what differences there are. But it's always tape. And Hurts did not have a good season. There's no sugarcoating it. He is signed through 2028. There's a way, and it's never easy, but there's a pretty good way to get out of the contract there for the 27 season, if they choose so. But yeah, if you're going to be the OC this year, he's going to be your quarterback. Now, they had 3 quarterbacks on the roster this season, only 2 are under contract. Tanner McKee, this coming season, is the final year of his rookie deal. Now, I posed this to Jeff Mosher on Monday. I'm going to pose the same question to you. Taking all the information on Tanner McKee, knowing he's on the final year of his rookie deal coming up, A, would you trade him? B, what would you be looking for?
Got to think about if you got a call. I think you're probably looking, in the range of a third? Is that fair or no?
I said to Jeff, discussion would start at a second. Jeff thought that maybe that was a little rich. No, he said 1 was rich. Mike, here's the question for you, okay? How much did that start against Washington this season where he was not good? How much would that be a factor? I mean, that's what – look, you take everything into consideration when you're trading for a player. And that tape, Mike, was not great. Let's call it like it is.
I was going to say, I was going to follow up to what you just said. I said I would have hoped if I was the Eagles that I got a better performance out of that last game, that I could ask for a second or even, God forbid, a first. But that last game makes me say, probably in the range for a third if somebody calls.
Well, see, here's the thing. You're saying a third-round pick, which is a middle-of-the-road starter round. The 4th is bottom of the end. 2 is an above-average starter. 1 should be a great starter. So you're giving away an okay pick, a third-round pick, which obviously is going to be in the 20s. I mean, no, if you're getting one, if you're trading away one, you're asking for one. Well, you got to look at what team are you getting it from? What is it? Is it going to be in the 20s? Is it going to be in the teens, in the top 10? That changes it. But looking at a 2, to me, I think it's very realistic. you have to look at. We'll talk more about free agency when we get closer. But how many good free agent quarterbacks are going to be available? Look, Sam Howell is a free agent now. We did talk about this. I would be very open if you and I, Mike, were running the personnel department. I would be very open to Sam Howell if we were going to trade McKee. I'd be very open to him because he's a gunslinger. He's an aggressive thrower. He's a good athlete. He's not big. He's 6 feet even. But this guy's played quality football and give it a chance.
Yeah, well, listen, if you traded McKee and brought Hal back, I wouldn't have a big problem with Sam Howell being the backup here as well. By the way, on that front, we're talking about threes. Correct me if I'm wrong, Adam. The Eagles have 3 threes, 3 4s, and 3 5s, I believe.
See, and that's the thing about they knew. Now they've traded a bunch of picks away, but they still have a lot. Now they're projecting to get their full allotment of compensatory picks. Howie was very clear about that. He didn't shy. He's willing to talk about it. It's funny. A lot of GMs are not. He was willing to talk about it. As long as it happens like they think it's going to happen, yeah, they're going to have, because you can't get hired on a third-round pick for compensatory, but they're going to have plenty of 3s, plenty of 4s, and plenty of 5s. And then if they get another third, you could always trade up. You could trade them and package them for a second-round pick. Like, it gives you better flexibility in the draft or leading up to it. So, yeah, it's going to be interesting.
Adam Kaplan, let's look at running back. Obviously, Barkley, much like Hurts, he is signed to 2028. He got that extension. And then it looks like most of the room is going to be back next year.
Yeah, Tank Bigsby will be with them through the 26th season. And that was a big part of this trade. As we said at the time, we kind of laughed at the reporting. All of it was wrong. The ones were saying, well, the main reason why they traded for him, because he could be a kickoff returner. It was down on their list. It was part of it. It was not even close to the main factor. They knew that Dillon was on a 1-year deal, okay? A.J. Dillon was on a 1-year deal. Will Shipley is not really a physical back. And Tank Bigsby, who turned out to be a great changeup, is more talented than Shipley. It's just a fact. And Dillon did fine when he played, but once they made the trade, Dillon was out of a job. As you saw, he basically was inactive for the rest of the season, save maybe a game. The Washington game he was active for. But the bottom line is, Mike, they're good in that running back room. If you're a new coordinator, you're liking that room.
All right, Adam, wide receiver. I'm interested in your breakdown of this one.
Yeah.
You got A.J. Brown signed through 2029, so he has some challenges to move there. Devontae Smith, I'm very intrigued about this wide receiver conversation there with Smith. Because watching Seattle the other day, they've got Jackson Smith and Jigba and not a whole heck of a lot else.
I know.
And yet found a way to get him the ball, 10 times for 153 yards in that game. So would Smith be a guy that the Eagles could say, you know what, if we got rid of Brown, Smith could be the number one guy, and we could build an offense around him. You got Darius Cooper. You've got the free agent is Dotson here. Interesting. They didn't use him all that much at all over his 2 years here. So what do you make of this wide receiver offseason?
So, Mike, yeah, and look, the reality is the Eagles will be listening to A.J. Brown offers. They could deny it, but other teams think so. Because it's funny, every team that would have interest in A.J. Brown knows about the media reports, his unhappiness. They're going to have to listen. It's just the way it is. I'm not saying they're definitely going to trade him. It could start this week at the Senior Bowl, although Howie may not be there. It start the combine where that's really where it heats up. That's where the Goddard conversation. That's where we heard it, that they were looking to move Goddard. We'll see what happens with A.J. Brown, Mike. But if they do move him, they don't have his replacement. They don't have an X receiver. Devontae Smith is a smaller frame guy. We know he plays bigger than his listed size, but they would have to find a receiver with size, or preferably with size. But the good thing is, Mike, they've got a lot of draft picks. They could address that. That would become, Mike, their number one need going into the offseason if they did trade A.J. Brown and into the draft is finding his replacement.
Well, what do you make of if they, watching Seattle, it made me say, like Devontae Smith, they don't have to have a player better than Devontae Smith on the other side. I'm not that AJ is better or worse or whatever, but you got two number one receivers. Do you view Devontae Smith as a guy that could be your best receiver and run an offense with him?
1A. He's, to me, like he reminds me of Terry McLaurin. McLaurin is their number one receiver and number one pass target for the Commandos. But you would like someone – this is the way it was explained to me. You would like someone with bigger size than McLaurin. Who's a little bit more dynamic, but he's a really good football player. He's been a great story development. No doubt about that. He's just a good football player. But Devontae, to me, look, he's been an incredible draft pick. Great player, great dude. He's amazing, but you like someone with better stature. But let me get back to Seattle real quick because we haven't talked since those games, Mike. Clint Kubiak, and the reason why so many teams wanted to be a head coach, and a lot of them weren't willing to wait. But the bottom line is he's so good at scheming guys open. He knows how to work with quarterbacks. If you're going to draft a quarterback or you have one that needs to be developed, why wouldn't you want Clint Kubiak to be your head coach? Look at the Jets. Smith and Jigba, he's a good route runner. He's very strong for his size. But they scheme him open. It's insane, the number. Mike, top 5 season in NFL history at receiver. It's crazy.
Yeah, he was awesome. And by the way, on the opposite side, Rashid Shaheed had one catch. It was for 51 yards, by the way. He was a guy they traded for. You got Cooper Kupp, who is past his prime. But it's not like, they have A.J. Brown, Devontae Smith. No, they got Smith and Jigba and not a whole heck of a lot else, and were able to score 31 points. Very impressed with what they did offensively. Now, by the way, they struggled offensively at times throughout the year, but it can be done. Tight end's going to be very interesting this offseason because Goddard is a free agent. Calcaterra is a free agent. Granson is a free agent.
Yeah, Kylan Granson, he wound up not really doing anything other than special teams where he's very good, but they thought he'd be sort of like that movable chess piece, tight end, F tight end, where the Y is in line and the F is the move. And it just didn't work out that way. Goddard had a great season in terms of touchdowns. Didn't have a ton of catches, but had a great season, great in the red zone. They finally used him. But, yeah, Cam Latu and E.J. Jenkins just re-signed a future deal. But Latu's on the final year of his 2-year deal. That's all they have, Mike. So if they don't re-sign Goddard, and it still should be a need because I don't see him signing for more than a 1-year deal anyway if he comes back. They need to address that tight end position in a big way.
Yeah, they do, and it's funny because you have the 23rd pick in the draft. Is that another area that you might have to look at 23? And I know when we get to the draft, we're going to start to look at needs at that spot there. But tight end, they do not really have one other than Latu on the roster. All right, the offensive line, Adam. This has been the strong suit of this team. Mailata signed 28. Dickerson signed through 28. Juergens is signed through 29. Lane Johnson signed through 27. His future obviously up in the air. And then Tyler Steen is signed through next season. They did draft some guys last year. They're all signed through 28. So you could literally say, hey, we're going to bring back the same 5 guys and the same guys behind them. But do they need to start remaking this offensive line a little bit?
Yeah, in the notes I sent you, Mike, I didn't give you like when the Eagles could get out of the contract, but they have to. Like another need is even if Lane, like the odds are that Lane will come back, but whether he does or doesn't, won't preclude the Eagles from drafting his replacement at 23 or wherever they want to pick. If they trade up, trade back, they have to address it. They have not addressed it. Cam Williams was a major project. Cameron Williams, their last pick. This past draft out of Texas. He did look good against Washington, but the bottom line is he's a project. No one's thinking of him right now as Lane's replacement. So they need to address that position. It is. So, Mike, you brought up a good point. If you're an offensive coordinator and you're looking at this roster, look at all these questions.
A ton of questions. And the other question is Fred Johnson, by the way, he is a free agent. Yeah. He had to play half the season this year, and then the times that he didn't play, he had to constantly keep going in the game. If he's not back, do they have a guy to replace Lane Johnson on the current roster?
No. I mean, they don't. Cam Williams, as I said, is not ready yet. So Fred Johnson, to me, should be a priority. We were joking on our show on Monday that was the best free agent. Well, they traded for him. That was the best move that Howie made in the offseason because – think about where they'd be without Fred Johnson, right?
Yeah.
did a good job.
And by the way, Brett Toth is also a free agent. He played a lot of center this year. I don't know what you saw from Kendall in the one game. Did they feel good enough that, Kendall can play center in the – so they got a ton of questions on this offensive line.
Brett Toth shocked me, Mike. That one game, it might have been the second Giant game. I remember when we did the Inside the Tape show, we were all blown away with how good he looked. He never looked that good in practice, in the preseason, or when he came into play over the on and off 6 years with the Eagles. And he's another guy, you know what? And he's been a Jeff Stoutland creation and development. I'd bring him back. They should look to bring him back.
All right, Adam Kaplan, of course, the Inside the Birds podcast, all offseason long. Football at 4 will be putting this Eagles team back together. I'll ask you, Brian Dable looks like he's going to be in Tennessee. Mike McDaniel, he's going to the Chargers. You're starting to hear guys who have not been play callers, Frank Smith. You've got Jared Johnson. Today you've got Sean Mannion. Are you starting to look at these candidates and thinking, wow, this is turning into a mess?
Well, in my reporting, I put this out 2 weeks ago on our show that there was no chance Brian Dable was coming here. And as long as the Tennessee thing didn't fall through, what happened in Tennessee this is what I was told, Mike. It wasn't just Robert Saleh. It was the general manager, and I'll give you another nugget. Matt Nagy, had he gotten the head coaching job, that was his guy, Brian Dable. A little nugget for you there. Mm-hmm. So Brian Dable was always going to go to Tennessee. Unless something fell through, he needed to have other teams on his list. That's why the Eagles were on his list. He knows Hurts, obviously, he worked with him. He knows the Eagles. The Eagles beat the heck out of him when he was with the Giants. He knows that organization. He knows coaches there. It was a fallback option, but it was never going to happen as long as Tennessee didn't change their mind, which they're not doing.
No, they're not. And obviously, the Eagles now left with. Do you think, Adam, that Matt Nagy is the most likely candidate of the group that we're hearing, or is it someone who hasn't been talked to or reported yet?
I think it's open, Mike. I wouldn't say that Nagy would be. They know him. There were rumors about him in Ohio State, but Arthur Smith has taken that job. So I think Nagy would be a good choice. But he did a great job with Mitch Trubisky until they just couldn't get Trubisky to play the way they needed to. No one could. So he's is at least qualified as anyone to get that job. But it's kind of interesting, Mike, this whole situation, to be honest with you.
All right. By the way, Frank Reich looks like he's going to the Jets.
Yeah.
And that kind of came out of right field, right? You say, hey, Frank Reich, you're hired. You're the next guy. So the Jets have got a guy. Things are starting to fill up here, and the Eagles still have not made that elusive hire. We'll have more on Football at 4. Adam's back on Friday's show with Football at 4 from the Inside the Birds podcast, which you can get on all podcasting platforms. Just search Inside the Birds. Adam, appreciate it, bud.
Thank you.
And Adam, of course, he will be at now. PG, we are starting to put the pieces together for our Radio Row shows next week. We're going to be Earnshaw, Grayson, and Schweiner. They are all leaving on Monday.
What a crew that is, by the way.
Those three are flying out on Monday.
Who is the leader of that pack?
Earnshaw.
Earnshaw is the leader of that pack.
Anything that Earnshaw is a part of, he's in charge. Okay. He's the most responsible. Grayson's a pretty responsible guy. Right.
Yeah, and then the other guy, you give no chance.
I talked to Schweim this morning, and he says, "Oh, Mike, I've been up since 6:45." I said, "Billy, I woke up at 6:15." "Oh, why'd you get up so early?" I said, "Because I'm an adult." He said, "Well, you sound like you're in your car." I said, "Well, I'm on my way to the office." "Already?" It's like, Bill, I get to work at like a normal person. Today I was actually later than normal. Normally I'm there by like 9:15, but he was like perplexed that I was like up and about like by that time. But yeah, definitely Earnshaw is the leader of that group.
I would agree.
Then a second wave of us will be so Schweim is going out there because he will be doing, he gets guests for the locker room show. So he'll grab some guests from there for locker room for the weekend. And then Grayson, of course, co-hosts with me while we're out there. and you and Earnshaw kind of produce the show from that side. Josh produces it from this side, and Alex is on social media and stuff like that. So me, you, and Alex are leaving on Tuesday.
I like that.
Tuesday, boots on the ground, the Sixers play the Warriors Tuesday night in San Francisco. Now we're going to go to that game.
We have to.
I looked at tickets the other night. I saw tickets for $57.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Okay. Now we're talking.
Mm-hmm. So Tuesday night, we'll be at Sixers Warriors. Wednesday, now here's the difference. For us, we're going to be on the air at 11 o'clock in the morning out there. So it's 11 to 3 is a little bit different for us. So our show's going to be over at 3 o'clock in the afternoon out there. We're not going to know what to do with ourselves.
Yeah, then what?
Day. But we already have booked Donovan McNabb. Okay? Donovan McNabb is confirmed. Also, Vernon Davis, the former 49er tight end, who was probably one of the top 5 tight ends of that era.
I'm sure we're going to be seeing a lot of former 49ers walking around.
Well, guess what? Speaking of which, we just told you Donovan McNabb, Vernon Davis, who was awesome. Also, we are efforting, and it looks like we are going to be talking to Eagles linebacker Nakobe Dean.
That would be a big one.
On one of the days out there, yes. So
free
that's
agent
the thing.
To be Nakobe Dean.
One of the big things about the Eagles not being in the Super Bowl when we are at the Super Bowl is that a lot of the current players then start to show up at the Super Bowl, and then they come on with us. If you remember a couple of years ago, we had Fletcher Cox on the show, we had Britton Covey on the show, and there was a lot of other Eagles that were walking around out there, former Eagles like Rodney McLeod and Malcolm Jenkins and Torrey Smith. So we are starting to put the pieces together. By the way, we're going to be talking to Michelle Smallman from Unsportsmanlike. Will be on Thursday's show.
You got a bone to pick with her.
Trying to get Candy, making sure he doesn't skirt. But the problem with that is those guys are doing their show at 3 o'clock in the morning.
Right, that's a little tough, man. That's where the time zone difference gets.
Evan Cohen about that the other day. He's like, dude, I'm on the air out there from 3 a.m. to 7 a.m.
He's going to be ready for a nap by the time 11 a.m. rolls around.
We are efforting. Listen to some of these guests, Peachy. How about Bo Jackson?
That'd be a heavy hitter.
Michael Irvin.
That's the guy I want to see. Sit down right next to you, pick up the headset, and get going. That's the guy.
By the way, you would rather talk to Michael Irvin than Bo Jackson?
Oh, yeah.
Josh?
I'm sorry. Bo knows, baby.
Yeah, Bo Jackson, definitely. Bo Jackson. Now, last year I was all pumped up.
But Irvin gives you the juice, man.
Yeah,
he gives you that pizzazz.
Yeah, but Bo's got sneaky stories. I've heard him do interviews where he kind of gives you like there was a time when you're listening, you're like, is this guy even telling, like, is this a real story?
Well, listen, Bo Jackson is one of them guys that is almost like a mythical figure.
Exactly.
Michael Irvin's everywhere, and it'd be awesome to have him on the show, but Bo Jackson is like a mythical figure. It's like Poseidon.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Bo Jackson's like a god among men.
You talk to him about baseball, you'd fill a whole segment up with his baseball career.
Exactly.
And by the way, he was an unbelievable football player.
He was. But if you want to get down to the business of Jalen Hurts and why this offense failed, you go right to number 88.
Well, we're also going to we have a bunch of people who are efforting. You know, this is like a jigsaw puzzle. The names start coming your way. You try to give them times. You're going back and forth. But it looks like we know we're going to have Donovan McNabb on. That's going to be one of our first guests while we're out there. So you're going to make sure you tune in next week, Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday when our Radio Row shows
Then we
come.
take that red eye home, which will be
not fun.
Not fun.
The Nuggets are up next.
It's Sixers Bucks tonight on 97.3 ESPN with the voice of the Sixers, Tom McGinnis, calling all the exciting play-by-play action.
Sixers ball down the court. Oubre attacking, gets cut off. Embiid gets it and lays it in.
It's Sixers basketball tonight. Coverage begins at 8 p.m. It's Sixers basketball all season long on South Jersey's radio home for Philadelphia 76ers basketball. 97.3 ESPN. You're listening to the Sports Bash with Mike Gill.
When I'm driving, I got a guy on the radio who talks to me. I can't see him, but he talks to me.
On 97.3 ESPN.
Live at the Fanatics Sportsbook, Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN. This hour of the show, it's time for the Nuggets. They're brought to you by Broadlee's Plumbing, Heating, and Air Conditioning, your trusted source for heating, plumbing, service, installation. Call 609-390-3907, online, broadlees.net. Nick Earnshaw has Knicks Nuggets today. One of the worst Sixer performances in a long time. Flyers said, hold my beer, and they got pounded last night as well. The Eagles have another bunch of guys off the market. The Phillies let Harrison Bader walk for basically the same price that they could have had him for the same price as Adolis Garcia. What Nuggets do we have today?
Oh, we got tons of them, Mike. Tons of Nuggets for you to go over. And we're going to start with the Harrison Bader stuff because I find this entire situation fascinating. He essentially got the same amount of money as Adolis Garcia did, okay? And everyone loved the 50-plus game sample size that you got from Harrison Bader last year. And listen, I was a fan. I thought he brought energy to the clubhouse and all that good stuff. I want to put out some numbers over there. I did a player comparison between Adolis Garcia and Harrison Bader, all right? Over the past 3 seasons, since 2023, if you look at their numbers combined, Adolis Garcia has a better WAR. He's played in more games. He has more hits. He has more home runs. He also has more RBIs since 2023 than Harrison Bader does. So on the surface, yes, Adolis Garcia has struggled in the regular season over the past couple of years. But his overall numbers over the last 3, since 2023, 24, and 25, he has better overall numbers than Harrison Bader does. So, but I also want to play this from Jim Bowden, who was on Foul Territory yesterday. He is not a big fan of Harrison Bader. He doesn't look at this for the Giants as a big upgrade at all. Take a listen to what former GM Jim Bowden had to say.
To me, Bader's a fourth outfielder. He's a pretty good defensive player. He is a good base runner. His uniform is dirty by opening day, and he tends to irritate coaching staffs by the end of the season. When he was a member of the Yankees, he thought he should be hitting cleanup on that team. So what I've heard, in terms of clubhouse guy, not the best, but he plays hard. Fans love him because of that. And to me, it's a good fourth outfielder. We all love pitching and defense. And so to me, Harrison Bader is a plus when it comes to that. But my view on the player is more of a fourth outfielder than a starting center field.
Your reaction to that, Cheap Seats Pete and Mike Gill?
I don't have a problem with what he said. And by the way, the Phillies viewed him as a fourth outfielder when they got him. He just played himself into where they had no choice. If you remember in the beginning, they were kind of platooning him. And then he just kept hitting and hitting and hitting and hitting to where they finally said, all right, you're going to be the guy, because the rest of the options were so lousy. But I've been saying over and over, listen, and the part that he mentioned that I haven't heard anywhere else, that he's a bad clubhouse guy, that, hey, he kind of grinds on these teams, like that he wanted to hit fourth in New York. Well, guess what the Yankees did? They traded his ass. They said, all right, you're out of here. If you go look at his time in St. Louis, not good. His time with the Yankees, not good. His time with the Reds, not good. His time with the Mets, not good. He ended up in Minnesota last year. That's the best season that he had, was in Minnesota, and then he came to Philadelphia and had his best season ever. So while he's an energy guy, he's the kind of guy in the 50 games you saw, you would say, this guy's awesome. How come nobody else wants him? Well, the 7-year sample size or 8-year sample size before that is why nobody else wants him. I think the Phillies probably saw that, hey, we got the best 50 games. Let's cut our losses and move on. Now, you just talked about something pretty interesting. Adolis Garcia, his best season is significantly better than Harrison Bader's best season from a power standpoint. Now, last year, the 50 games that Bader played, another problem with Bader is never plays, always hurt. So can't rely on him. Adolis Garcia, if he comes in here and hits 30 bombs for you and protects your left-handed bats from the 4-hole in the lineup, that's the better fit than Harrison Bader.
Not to mention, it's time to see if Justin Crawford can play every day. You're not going to bring in Bader and just block Justin Crawford for the next 2 years. You just can't do it to him. So it's Justin Crawford's time.
Right.
I think the Phillies saw that, and, I think it's good for Bader getting a 2-year deal. That's what he wanted. But
I think he wanted a 3-year deal and ended up settling for the 2-year deal because the 3-year deal wasn't on the market. I think the Phillies would have been interested at a 1-year deal, but he ended up getting.
But don't you think it's time for Justin Crawford to play center field, not left field, not a corner spot?
I don't know.
I want to see that kid in center field.
I don't know because a lot of the scouts and reporting out there has said that he is better suited to play left field.
But he's played center field in the AAA. That's where he profiles.
Yeah, but they were playing him in left field, center. They were bouncing him back and forth, and most of the scouts think he is better suited to play left field than center field.
Aren't you better off starting him off at center field to see if he can play it as opposed to doing it the opposite way? Start him off in center, and if he can't play it, then move him to the corner as opposed to...
Sure. I mean, but if you had a center field option like Bader, who was a tremendous center fielder, and you had Crawford in left and Bader in center, and then Marsh and Garcia platooning in right field, would that have been your best possible outfield that you could put together going into this year?
Right. And listen, I'm a big Bader guy, okay? Like, I loved Bader. His stint with the Phillies was magnificent until he got hurt, right? It was awesome. Came out of nowhere. He gave this club energy. It was great. However, you dig deeper.
I got no problem with what I saw from the – I can't say a bad thing about what Bader – he far exceeded any – when you traded for Harrison Bader, does anybody say when they traded for him that day, oh, man, this guy's going to be a difference maker? People were kind of like,
It was a rental.
Okay,
yeah, just a rental.
Yeah, he was a rental. They didn't have to give up too much to go get him. He was a guy that helped you out. Listen, did a great job second half of the year. Got more than you thought you were going to get out of Harrison Bader. And listen, he was fun. But you dig a little deeper. You compare the numbers to Adolis Garcia. He has more slug, more OPS over the past couple of seasons, right? So I think the Phillies actually maybe have made the right call here in going with Adolis Garcia. And also, the Jim Bowden quote was interesting, okay? The fact that he said he wears on teams, right? Maybe he's just too much to handle. I don't know. But he was fun while he was here. Short stints, great. I mean, he's been traded how many times now, right? Like, he can't stay in one spot. Maybe he's like a guy who just people get over with. All right, they're just kind of done with him after a while. He wears on you a little bit, maybe too much energy. I don't know, but he's been traded multiple times. He can't stay in one spot. He's had all these 1-year deals. That's why he's looking for the multi-year offer. Maybe the Phillies kind of knew that and didn't even want to try and go into the season with him because they might have moved him by the deadline anyway.
Well, listen,
and maybe the Phillies tried to re-sign him, and he wanted the 2 years, and they said no thanks.
No reporting on that, but possible. They could have said, hey, you want to come back on a 1-year deal? If you can't find anything, come back to us. That being said, I said that the Yankees traded him. I was wrong. They released him. He got flat-out waived by the Yankees, and then the Reds picked him up, and you know what happened? He got hurt. He had a sports hernia, and he had a right abductor muscle strain. He went to the Mets. I think if you talk to the Mets fans, they didn't love Bader out there. He was with the Cardinals before that. He never really made it with the Cardinals. And you're right, all his contracts, 2-year 10.4 in New York with the Mets. He got a 1-year 10.5. Last year, a 1-year 6.2. So he's been that kind of guy that just keeps getting these 1-year, like between $5 and $10 million deals. And he was looking for something more that just really wasn't out there for him. I would have taken him for the 1-year $10 million that they gave Garcia. But I understand why the Phillies said, listen, Bader was good. I don't think he'll be the same player that he was in those 50 games. Let's try to get somebody who gives us a potential to hit 30 home runs because we don't have that guy anywhere else in our lineup.
Yep, and 3 out of the last 4 seasons, Bader has been with 2 teams in one season. So that's very interesting to say the least, too. All right, let's move along. Nugget number 2, I want to talk about the Sixers because that was absolutely dreadful yesterday.
Woof.
Oh, my goodness. Listen, I know there's scheduled losses, but that was just an embarrassment, to say the least. They moved the game up to 3 o'clock. I understand that. Mike and I, we did the power hour. I understand that right leading into the Sixers. But I want to talk about Tyrese Maxey, who did not have a good game. He has been fantastic throughout the year. He's going to start in the All-Star game, et cetera, et cetera. We brought this up before. He's leading the league in minutes. He's playing some of the most minutes in years in the NBA, not just for the Sixers, but in the NBA. The other night, he had a quote where he said he was tired after the game. All right. And then also in crunch time, this kind of all ties together. In crunch time, they want to be able to get him as fresh as possible. Nick Nurse has talked about this multiple times in his post-game pressers, pre-game pressers, etc. They're playing him a lot of minutes. They're asking him to do a lot at this point. He's saying he's tired. They're trying to keep him fresh. I mean, by the end of the year, this is his sixth season. He's in his mid-20s at this point. Do you trust him in crunch time? Because what we saw the other day against the Knicks, he struggled a couple of times, made some questionable decisions late in games. Do you want him to have the ball? And also, should they be taking his minutes back just a little bit here as we head down the stretch into the rest of the regular season here?
Well, there's a lot there. One, yesterday's game was egregious. I mean, awful effort, number one. But Nick Nurse, you're down by 40 in the third quarter. Just get everybody out of the game.
Get him out.
To fight another day. There's no reason you're down 40 for VJ and Oubre and Maxey. Like, they don't need to be in that game. Last week, Monday night, they played the Pacers. He played 40 minutes in that game, Maxey. Tuesday night, they played the Suns. He played 43 minutes in that game. Thursday night, they played Cleveland. I forget who they played. The Rockets. They played the Rockets in that overtime game. 43 minutes. You know, he's playing over 40 minutes in every single game. And this is one of the knocks on Nick Nurse when he was at Toronto, that he rode his starters and played them basically into the ground.
That's why Tom Thibodeau doesn't have a job anymore.
What's that?
That's why Tom Thibodeau doesn't have a job anymore.
Yeah, he's at Derrick Rose's retirement ceremony in stands.
That being said, I think Nurse has to find ways to limit his minutes. And if that means, listen, I've got to play Jared McCain a little bit more, because McCain last night, the one good thing out of that game was he came in, hit 4 threes, gave him a little bit of run, and he actually did something with it. Now, McCain has done nothing to earn the playing time so far. He's been terrible.
Grimes,
but they've got to find
too.
ways to get Maxey's minutes down. He can't play 40 minutes every single night. And the one thing you talked about is the late clutch situations. If there's one area where Maxey is struggling a little bit, it's in those clutch late moments where he rushes or he forces, or, you know, he feels like he has to do something. He takes the ball to the basket, then they don't call the foul ever, and he rushes the layup and he misses it. And, like, he needs to get a little bit more under control in the late game clutch minutes. Now, there are times where he hits a late clutch 3 or a late clutch, driving layup with his speed. But there are other times where he's a little out of control. He misses the layup. Those are the moments where he still needs to kind of.
And other games.
grow.
I mean, 6 points yesterday is inexcusable.
Well,
to only have 6 points. I don't care who's playing, what time it is. 6 points is inexcusable.
I think that's a result of the 126 minutes he played.
Yeah.
Now, there was another game that I don't even remember. They played the Knicks on Saturday. I don't even know how many minutes he played. I'm just giving you the 3 games, Monday, Tuesday, and Thursday, that he played over 40 minutes. I don't know how many minutes he played against the Knicks on that Saturday, but that game went to overtime, so I would imagine no, it didn't go to overtime, but it was a
last second
game that, by the way, he got fouled on and they didn't call that foul. The last 2-minute report said they messed that up.
Don't you think, though, that this team is maybe not all the way there when Embiid and George are out? In the beginning of the year, they kind of had, a certain way to play without those guys, but now they're kind of falling into the trap of when Embiid and George aren't out there, scheduled loss, like Nuggets said.
There was so much narrative of, they're better without Embiid. They're better without Embiid. And I said, that's foolish to say. They're not better without Embiid. When Embiid played the other night, when he was on the floor, they were a plus 15. When he was off the floor, Bona was a somehow Bona played 7 minutes and was a minus 15 in the game. It's almost impossible.
I trade Andre Drummond, right? I mean,
well, that's a great question, Pete. I'm glad you brought that up, and I'll get back to Maxey if we have time in a second. But Dembona, he is so frustrating to watch sometimes. He is just all over the place. And by the way, what does this team not do well? They cannot rebound. Why isn't Andre Drummond getting run? I know the rumors are because of getting under the tax and things like that to move off of him. I understand that's the reason.
Doesn't mean you can't play him while he's here.
That's what I'm saying. I'm like, where is he at? That first game against the New York Knicks this year at the Garden, I attended. He was unbelievable. He was getting board after board after board. He actually hit a couple threes that game. Where was he against the Knicks on Saturday? I cannot understand why he is getting no minutes all of a sudden. It makes no sense to me. I don't know how you could trade that guy because he does the one thing you can't do, rebound.
Well, here's the problem. There's $7 million over the luxury tax.
Right.
So are they looking to compete? You know, I don't know if you saw the game on Saturday, if you were watching the game on TV at halftime. Charles Barkley on Inside the NBA at halftime says, if Joel Embiid is healthy, the Pistons aren't beating them. So that's his opinion of the team when they're at full health. He said at full health, with this Joel Embiid, the Pistons can't beat them in a 7-game series. That being said, if you end up trading Drummond just to get under the luxury tax, it's the only guy on the team that can rebound. Last night, the team was awful. He played 19 minutes and had 5 offensive rebounds. I don't understand why they don't use him more when Embiid plays. It's almost like if Embiid doesn't play, you're the starter and you get to play. But if Embiid plays, you're just not playing at all. It doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, and he's been the best backup to Joel Embiid twice now. Twice he's been the best backup.
He's undersized to do that.
Bona is undersized, and he's too just erratic on the floor. Yeah. Just way too erratic.
We talked about this today on the Trust the Mics podcast, which is out right now. You can check it out on YouTube and on X at Mike Gill Show. Michael Kasky-Blomane and I talked about this today. All these teams in the league, you know, the Sixers have Embiid, who scores like 30 points a game as the center. All these teams in the league have a guy who's the center who basically all they do is set screens, rebound, and get putbacks. They set screens for these guards, and they get switches, and that's all they do. And the Sixers just don't have that guy. They don't have a guy who all they do is set screens and rebound and block shots and are athlete. None. They just don't have that. That player is not on this roster.
No, it's not. And, you know, if they had that one guy that could set the screens, get some boards for you, they'd be in a much better spot. I'm just very curious to see what they do at the deadline. If they do move Drummond because of the tax, they don't have a lot, and you've talked about it, you and I, Mike. They don't have a ton of money to move right now, so to go get somebody. So
it's probably a good. I mean, just keep this timeline where it is, right? Don't speed it up. Just keep this timeline where it is because you have two good guards in Maxey and Edgecombe. I just want to keep the timeline where it is.
Oh, you don't want to go for it.
No, no Giannis. Just keep it where it is. Don't speed it up.
They're in a tough spot, though, because Embiid and George.
It's true.
You got those two guys that you got to try to maximize Embiid while he's playing well.
Yep.
You know, there was some concern, like, is Embiid shot? Is he done? You know, then he comes down the middle of the lane and throws a two-handed stuff down in your face. And people are like, maybe we should try to, strike while the iron's hot here. But they do have the makings of, they got the guards that they now can build around those two guys.
Yep. All right. Final nugget. I know we have a minute left. I think Pete just tweeted at me this. I saw this earlier because I was looking at some of the prices, for out Radio Row, which we're going to have a great time. We're going to go to Gold State Sixers game out there. I was looking at some of the prices. But guess what? Today's game, under $10, Mike. There's some tickets for $4. I saw $8 today. You could sit down pretty close in the 100 level for like $15 tonight against the Bucks.
Kings later on in the week against the Kings. It's the same price.
How about that? I'm debating tonight. I'm thinking about it. I'm thinking about it last night.
That's an 8 p.m.
It's in Philly. That's why they moved it up.
I thought the game was in Milwaukee tonight.
That's one of the reasons they moved it up to 3 o'clock yesterday. So they could get out.
Go sit behind Doc
Rivers.
The game
was at
3
o'clock yesterday because of the weather in Charlotte.
That's true. That's what I'm saying. So the Sixers could get out of there, is what I'm saying. That's another one of the
so they could get out of there to go to Milwaukee.
No, to come back here.
Gotcha. I didn't. So I just assumed an 8 o'clock game was a 7 o'clock Central Time game.
All right. Nope. Coming back here. Nuggets
Go
for you
it.
guys.
Go for it, Nuggets.
I'm thinking about it. We'll see.
Good Nuggets today. Good Nuggets.
All right. We'll talk to you guys soon.
All right, live from the Fanatics Sportsbook. Don't forget UFC 325 this weekend right here at the Fanatics Sportsbook at the Gallery Bar Book and Games. Looks like they got a little shindig going on upstairs. A little party happening. Everybody's going up the stairs right now. All right. Final hour of the show coming up next. When we come back, we've been talking a little bit about the Phillies. Is there anything else they can do? We're going to take a look at the remaining free agent options and try to see if any of them makes sense.
You want to spend some of John Middleton's money?
I sure do.
Yeah, okay.
That's next. This is the Sports Bash live at the Fanatics Sportsbook at Ocean Casino Resort in Atlantic City.
Unsportsmanlike with Evan Cohen, Chris Canty, and Michelle Smallman.
They're being patient. Yes, there have been a couple of people that have said no thank you. So clearly there are some people that are comfortable with the pressure of that job and what it entails. But I think by and large, it's more them being patient and thoughtful and thorough, looking at a lot of different people before they come to a decision.
Wake up weekday mornings with Unsportsmanlike with Evan Cohen, Chris Canty, and Michelle Smallman on 97.3 ESPN.
Welcome to guided meditation. Close your eyes. You're at the beach. The seagulls are calling. You take out your iPhone 16e you got from Cricket and use Apple Intelligence to clean up that selfie you just took. It's a good one. You send it to your friends instantly thanks to reliable nationwide 5G. They're totally jealous. Get iPhone 16e for $49.99 when you switch. Smile, you're on Cricket.
Requires new line on the Supreme Unlimited plan. First service charge and tax due at sale. $25 activation fee. Terms and restrictions apply. Cricket 5G is not available everywhere. See store for details.
I've always wanted to learn French, but the app I tried didn't help.
If you want to memorize words in another language, there's an app for that. But if you want to really learn another language, there's Babbel. Babbel was designed by over 200 language learning experts to be the most effective way to learn another language.
With other language learning apps, I was just playing games. I wasn't really learning. Babbel's different. Every time I open the app, I can choose to work on my writing, speaking, or listening. And it saves my mistakes for me to review, so I'm constantly improving. Babbel feels like it was created intentionally by people who really know what you need to learn another language. Before Babbel, I thought I just wasn't good with languages, but now I'm speaking French. Tout ça, c'est grâce à Babel.
Want to really learn another language? Save up to 50% on your Babbel subscription when you sign up at Babbel.com. That's Babbel.com to save up to 50%. BABBEL.com.
South Jersey's official play-by-play home of the Eagles, Sixers, and Flyers.
At 0 point would I ever consider not being a fan of the team.
97.3 ESPN, WENJ, WENJ HD, Millville, Atlantic City. A Town Square media station serving all of South Jersey.
Final hour of the show, the Sports Bass Live, 97.3 ESPN. Hey, don't forget, starting on, what's today? Tuesday?
Tuesday, January 27th.
So starting on Thursday, January 29th, the Metro Basketball Classic at Stockton University. Get your tickets now at metrobasketballclassic.com. See the stars of tomorrow right now today. Guys like VJ Edgecombe, Cooper Flagg, Cade Cunningham, Karl Anthony Towns. They've all played in the Metro Classic. Check out the Metro Classic right now. Get your tickets for this Thursday. It all starts Thursday, Friday, Saturday at Stockton University. Tickets at metroclassicbasketball.com. Should be an awesome weekend of basketball there at Stockton. Great venue for something like this, too. That's an awesome, awesome arena for something like this. You know, they used to play the Cape Atlantic League Championship Finals there. They should be doing that still. That was a great venue for that event. But this Metro Classic is going to be probably the biggest high school basketball event that has been in our area, the highest level of high school basketball players that this area has ever seen, and it's at Stockton University. All right, we talked a lot of Phillies today. By the way, Jeff Kerr is joining the 97.3 ESPN team. He's going to be covering the Phillies for us this season. We had him on back in the 3 o'clock hour, so if you missed that, you can go to our YouTube channel and go back and watch that conversation that we did with Jeff in the 3 o'clock hour. So we've been thinking about where we are 2 weeks away. Phillies pitchers and catchers report on the 11th. The truck is leaving on the 3rd.
Oh, that bubble gum and baseballs. I love that video.
Sunflower seeds.
Sunflower seeds, right.
They leave on the 3rd. Then on the 11th, pitchers and catchers. So what's still out there and what makes sense? Josh has compiled a list of the available free agents to see if any of these guys make sense and could fit the Phillies.
So I want to let everybody know my criteria for this was based on specific needs, not just like the biggest name. So, like, for example, I know Max Scherzer's out there. He did not make the list because I don't really think he fits what they need necessarily right now. You have a guy like Joanna Heim out there, the former catcher for the Rangers. He's not on the list because he doesn't fit a need right now. So kind of a little preface for my list. So the first name I have on my list for you, Pete G. and Mike Gill to consider, and the audience out there, 609-403-0973, Chris Bassett. Now, the reason why I bring up Bassett is because he's an innings eater. He averages 176 innings per year over the last 5 years. I know he had a very average year last year, a 3.96 ERA in the regular season, but he had 7 postseason relief appearances for the Blue Jays, had a 1.07 ERA and a 0.577 WHIP in those postseason relief appearances. I like the idea, guys, of Chris Bassett starting the year in the rotation, hold the fort down till Wheeler's ready, and then kick him to the bullpen for a postseason run.
Bassett's on my list of guys I think they should definitely kick the tires on for that reason. I was going to say he pitched in relief last year with Toronto in some big moments, in some key situations. He's a veteran pitcher. You're right. He's been a starter. You said he had an average year. I thought he had a really good year last year.
Well, he had under your premise, Mike, he had a 1.327 WHIP.
Which is okay.
It's okay.
Special.
It's average. Yeah.
But he's an innings eater. He goes out there every 5th day. He takes the ball. He competes. He's an oddball. If you ever watch him, he's like a human rain delay.
We need that.
But you need a veteran pitcher at the back end of your rotation that can take the ball, fill some innings, and has the versatility that he showed last year that, hey, come playoff time, you can use me out of the bullpen, and I can get some big outs for you. So I would be in on Bassett.
And he would be cheap, right? 37 years old, innings eater guy, workhorse, cheap, on the cheaper side.
What's the spot track number on him?
Well, that's where, Pete, you're a little wrong. The spot track number is $15 million for him.
Bargain.
Are these updated numbers? I mean, it's almost February
this
here.
was this morning.
Wow. I thought he'd be
1
way
year,
cheaper than that.
$15 million for Bassett, though. I mean, is that so off base?
I don't think it's that crazy, considering, like you say, he's an innings eater. In this day and age, inning eaters are hard to find.
Well, that's what Taijuan Walker was supposed to be, and he's making $18 million a year.
True. But I think Bassett, we know, is better than Taijuan Walker.
Is he unsigned because he wants $15 million?
Yeah, basically the idea is that Bassett's asking for too much money.
Okay.
It's also going to be 37 years old. So how do you rationalize paying a 37-year-old $15 million over a 3-year period each year?
So he's beggars can't be choosers.
Right. So
He's
maybe the
waiting
Phillies
for his perfect fit.
Right. The Phillies could sweep in there, give him a 1-year deal, say, hey, come in here, hit the market again.
I'd take it for 1 year, $15 million, but I don't think they will do that because puts them over the luxury tax, yada, 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 all that stuff. Let's see who else is out there. But right now, Bassett, IBN.
Who else is out there is Zach Littell, okay? Zach Littell, he had 32 starts last year, 186.2 innings between the Rays and the Reds. Historically, though, he has 155 relief appearances as well. So he's more than just a guy who can start. He is also a guy, eat some innings early in the year, kick him to the bullpen later on.
Littell, by the way, last year, 110 whip. Very good number there for the whip number. He is a guy that, as you mentioned, has the versatility to be a guy that can pitch out of the bullpen. Don't hate that name at all. Did pitch in the playoffs last year and got shelled, by the way.
He did
in his one game with the Reds. But to me, he is your back end of the rotation, swingman type of guy. What's the number on him?
12.
Probably a little too. I'd rather Bassett for 15 than Littell for 1.
He's also 30 years old. Factor that in.
That number definitely intrigues you a little bit more.
Next
the
guy.
fact that he's a little younger.
Yeah, the next guy I got for you is another pitcher, guys. How about Jose Quintana? Not a great year last year. 3.96 ERA.
Our old friend Jose Quintana.
24 starts.
I'd sign him so I just don't have to face him.
Well, here's the deal. So he does have 26 career relief appearances. So he can come out of the bullpen, and he's much cheaper than the other guys. His spot track number is $3.3 million.
He hasn't come out of the bullpen since 2021, but yes, he does have that versatility. He's just one of those guys that seems to pitch big well, maybe just because it's against the Phillies. I feel like whenever he faces the Phillies, they just can't hit him. Now, he is a lefty.
He throws about 90 miles an hour, if that.
Yeah. Solid, older guy, though. What's the number on him?
$3.3 million.
$3.3 million. That puts him very high up on the list.
Right. You don't want to prevent yourself from adding payroll at the deadline. If you signed a Littell for $15 million or whoever that is, I don't want to prevent myself from adding payroll in July.
He is
whoever that is.
One problem with Quintana, though, has been, he's been very good against you, but he's been average against pretty much everybody else.
Yeah, the other thing is he also had some health issues over the last few years. Only started 24 games last year. So he did deal with some injuries.
But for $3 million, and if you told me, hey, he's going to be your fifth starter, I'd be okay with that.
Now we're going to move into the qualifying offers category. For those who might be wondering, there are a couple pitchers who are still QOs on the market, which means if you sign this guy, you must give up a draft pick. That being Framber Valdez, $33 million is the spot track number, Mike Gill. So are you willing to hit the $33 million for Framber Valdez?
No, and I think that number is going to have to come down if I'm Framber. And, quite frankly, I'm not giving up the draft choice and everything that comes with it. I like Framber. He's a big game pitcher, although didn't pitch well in the playoffs his last couple times out, but usually is dependable. He's healthy. That being said, $33 million is way too much.
Also in the qualifying offers category is Zach Gallen, local guy, less expensive. Here's the thing about Gallen. He had a horrible start to last season. He finished the year, ready for these numbers? 13 starts, 1.091 whip in the last 13 starts of the season. So would you take a flyer on Zach Gallen?
What's the number?
18.
30
years old.
I like Zach Gallen. I don't look at him as if he's your number 3, I feel a lot better. Like when he was the Arizona pitcher when the Phillies played the Diamondbacks a couple of years ago.
Right. CS.
He wasn't the guy that beat you. It was freaking Fott that beat you.
That's true.
Brandon Fott.
Yeah. You didn't lose to Gallen. You lost to Fott. So Gallen, to me, is not that top-of-the-rotation number 1 guy. He would be more, hey, can you make that third start and win a game, or even maybe be that fourth guy, and then Nola bounces down. But $18 million, don't see it happen.
You mentioned his numbers, though. Is he a good bounce-back candidate where you can maybe find his stuff again and have a good season? Maybe.
Local guy as well.
He's been very steady. He's been very steady throughout his career. You wonder, like last year was the first time his ERA in his career was really in.
Well, he was coming off of an injury, too. And a lot of the people said that he basically came back too soon from the injury. That's why the second half was way better than the first half.
$18 million, though, probably take a pass.
What's the number you would consider?
12?
Like 1 year at 12 or multiple years at 12?
I mean, I'm sure he's not going to take a one-year deal at 12, but if that would be, hey, you want to come here and pitch for a year in your hometown, try to reboost your value, there you go. 1 year, $12 million.
All right, now we're moving into the category of why not get a right-handed bat? I got two names for you guys. I'm going to start with former Philly for a cup of coffee, Austin Hayes. He is still a free agent versus left-handed pitching last year. .319 batting average, 400 on base percentage, 549 slug against left-handers last year. Would you take another run at Austin Hayes?
No fit on this team right now. I mean, yeah, right-handed bat, they have Otto Kemp, and I don't think Hayes is a big upgrade over what they think. Now, I'm not saying me. I'm just saying them. I assume that they think Otto Kemp is a Austin Hayes, a guy who can come in and hit 260, 15 bombs, hit left-handed pitching in the platoon role. So I don't see Austin Hayes being a fit.
So would you say they are, quote-unquote, content with their outfield?
Seems like it.
I think so.
I will just say the reason why I also brought up Hayes is because, if you look at Kemp as a guy who can play multiple positions, which he's not a great defensive player, but he does have the capability of playing other positions, is there a scenario where it's like, hey, Austin Hayes and Kemp are in the lineup at the same time?
Doubtful. I mean, unless you played Kemp at third base and you played Austin Hayes in left. Now, by the way, Austin Hayes made the All-Star game as a center fielder. He did play center field a couple of years ago with Baltimore, but the last couple of years he has basically been playing, left field. But, yeah, he can play center. He can play right. He can play all three outfield positions. So, yeah, you could play him in center field. Let's say if Crawford is facing that's going to be the question. Remember, Crawford is left-handed. Is he going to play against left-handed pitching? Is he going to be able to – now, in the minors, AAA, he mashed left-handed pitching. There was no problem for him against lefties at AAA.
At AAA.
Correct. But are the Phillies going to give him that opportunity? I would imagine they do. But let's just say that would be a scenario. Hey, tough lefty today, needs a day off. Austin Hayes could play center field. So that would be somewhat of an option, but don't see it happening.
That would be an outfield of Otto Kemp, Crawford, and Garcia against a tough lefty. Because you're not playing Marsh against lefties.
Right.
So that's your outfield.
Right. By the way, Austin Hayes will cost you $5 million.
Now, that number there is attractive.
So maybe Austin Hayes would be a good fit.
A 1 year, $5 million flyer. Don't see it happening. Wouldn't hate it. But I don't see a scenario where they go down that route. They kind of do need, now they do have Brian De La Cruz as a guy they signed this offseason. He's kind of been a journeyman. He's a right-handed bat who's played with, the Marlins and the Pirates and the Braves.
He's bounced around.
He would probably be the guy that would fill that role. For a lot less than $5 million, by the way.
Now, I understand that you said the Phillies might not consider the guy because.
But I just say I think we're content where we are at this point.
Yeah, we're content.
But I'm going to still pitch the idea of former New York Met Starling Marte is still a free agent. He can play all three outfield positions. Not the greatest hitting numbers in the world last year. 260 batting average, 335 on base, 410 slug in 98 games. But he does have the right-handed bat and the outfield versatility. But it sounds like to me, Mike, you say you have to pick between the two. You go Hayes over Marte.
Marte had a big-time down year last year. He's 37 years old coming into the season. I don't know. I mean, he's a guy that – what's the price tag on him?
7.
For 5 – I mean, if it's between him and Hayes, 5 or 7, I'd probably take Hayes at 5. I mean, both those guys, half a dozen, one or the other. As we talked about, now Starling Marte also could play center field. He could also play left field. But doesn't do much for me.
And all these names, this is a problem of Kyle Schwarber just being your DH. You can't bat any of these guys as your designated hitter. they all have to play the field because Kyle Schwarber is your guy there.
And by the way, Marte
so
hasn't
that does
played.
limit, like a guy like Marte.
And Marte hasn't played center field since
I think it's 2021.
2023.
Okay.
He played one. Well, he played one game in center field in 2023. So other than that, he has not really played a lot of center field. So I would probably go Hayes over Marte.
Final name I got for you guys on the list. And again, I was trying to go with guys who I could rationalize them going out and getting in some capacity.
Sure.
Justin Verlander's a free agent. I don't think he's coming here. Sorry. He turned 43 this year.
I would actually not rule that out.
He's a Dombrowski guy.
Verlander and Scherzer. Those are two guys I would actually think you have a shot to see coming here.
And to what? Like start?
Yeah, fifth back. Somebody's got to be
Walker
the fifth starter
Buehler,
on this
or like a Walker Buehler signing, right?
I wouldn't mind bringing Walker Buehler back, by the way. I thought
really.
they severely
wasted
underused
him
him last year. Yeah, I think they did waste him last year. But I could see like a situation where Scherzer or Verlander are that fifth starter and, just have that veteran guy that you just say, hey, this guy's steady. He'll give us 5 innings.
Well, keep the Scherzer and Verlander idea in the back of your mind then, according to Mike Gill. My final name I wrote down here is why not category. The why not category goes to Lucas Giolito. Why? Because he had a 3.41 ERA last year, a 1.2 whip in 26 starts. He only has 2 career relief appearances, but he is 31 years old. He has gotten a lot of no's in the market. Nobody wants to give him the money he's looking for. Could you maybe sign him for a lesser deal for 1 year to tell him, hey, come in here, help our rotation, get us to the postseason, and you hit the free agent market again?
Not a lot of interest for me. Has not been relevant really in 5 years, if not longer. To me, he's a shot fighter. He's a guy who had one good year that gave him a name, and he's been living off that name for a while. He's bounced around a lot with not a lot of success. Not interested.
Even though he had a 3.41 ERA last year?
Even with that number.
So you feel like that's more of an anomaly than anything else?
Well, listen, he missed the Hall of 2024. He had Tommy John. So, last year he came back. He was okay with Boston. But what's the money?
Well, the money he's looking for is 20, but the latest reports are
I was going to say, take a pass on that.
That's why I said, preface it by saying if he takes less money.
I'd rather have a guy like Bassett with versatility. I'd rather have guys that I know that can go swing out of the bullpen in the playoffs. I'm not looking for guys, unless you give me the top of the top end, I'm hoping that Wheeler comes back and is one of my top 3 starters. I'm hoping that Christopher Sanchez is either my 1 or my 2. And I'm hoping that either Luzardo and or Aaron Nola pitch that game 3 for me. And then after that, Andrew Painter. I'm hoping that he challenges one of those guys and says, I want to pitch one of those 3 games. So those are the guys that I'm looking at right now. The guy that you're bringing in right here, can he pitch as the 5th starter? And then once the playoffs get here, can he have a role in the bullpen?
Right, and that's where Bassett and Littell come in. Because they're probably the best candidates for that.
I don't see Giolito in that spot.
Gotcha. On the text board at 609-403-0973, Anthony from Avalon says, hey, Mike, last year's playoff run with the Dodgers, we had a great series even though we didn't win. Do you really think that Ohtani, Freeman, and the rest of that team's bats who were silent the entire series will happen again? I don't think we are as close to the Dodgers as people think, says Anthony in Avalon.
See, Anthony, this is what I would say to that is you're right. Is Ohtani going to go ice cold again? Or is it, hey, the Phillies have really good pitching. Like if the Phillies starting pitching performs at the same level, the difference I think is Philadelphia's bullpen is better this year than it was last year. Like there were moments in the games last year in the playoffs, you're going to David Robertson. Well, now maybe I'm going to Brad Keller, who's a significant upgrade. There's times in the playoffs last year I'm going to Matt Strahm. Well, maybe I'm going to Jose Alvarado. Alvarado wasn't there last year. There's times in the playoffs last year where you're going to Orion Kerkering. Maybe I'm going to Brad Keller in that spot. So I think the Phillies have a better bullpen, and if that's the case, and their starting pitching pitches as well as it did in the playoffs against the Dodgers, what's to say if they have a deeper and better bullpen that's not the difference in the series between those two?
Now add Kyle Tucker to the Dodgers lineup. That changes a lot, right?
That definitely adds another hitter to their lineup, no question about it. Although, keep in mind, Kyle Tucker is left-handed, and two of your top three pitchers right now, Luzardo and Christopher Sanchez, are both left-handed guys, too. So that's one of the problems that Ohtani had. He struggled against left-handed pitching last year.
And don't forget, no Alvarado out of the bullpen last year. As long as he doesn't get popped again this year, you'll have him in the postseason.
Right, I mentioned that. I said, imagine now instead of going to Strahm, who gave up that home run, maybe Alvarado comes in that game in that moment instead of Strahm, and that's a different story. And then, of course, we talked about Robertson. And think about it, they went to David Robertson in that spot and then brought him back. What if it was Bassett?
Yeah, they did the up-down on David Robertson, man.
Right, but what if that was Bassett, a guy who had been a starting pitcher all season long and is used to doing the up-down, and then he came in. And by the way, Bassett showed last year, if you watch the Blue Jays in that playoff run last year, he pitched tremendous in those playoffs, in big moments too.
Yeah, again, the numbers for Bassett, he pitched 8.2 innings in the postseason, 0.577 whip, 1.04 ERA. The numbers, even if you didn't watch every game, the numbers show that the guy stepped up when his team needed him the most.
He was great last year. Bassett, of that list, is probably the guy that I would say, hey, he makes them better.
Dan in EHC chimes in at 69403-0973, says, Phillies are legit contenders. They are clearly better than last year, says Dan in EHC.
Well, as much as we're frustrated by the Phillies in this offseason, and they didn't change what they wanted. They won 96 games last year. They upgraded their bullpen. Their pitching staff is really, really good. They're a contender. As much as we're like, frustrated and they're better than they were last year.
Are they behind the Mets, though, with what they did?
The Freddie Peralta deal is a pretty big deal.
Are they behind the Mets? I mean, the Mets lost Pete Alonso. Did they really replace Pete Alonso?
Is Bo Bichette the replacement?
If he is, he's not Pete Alonso. I mean, he's not going to hit 50 bombs.
Right.
30 bombs. I mean, I would have liked Bo Bichette in this lineup just to add protection, but Pete Alonso was the one guy on that team. You know, they got Soto, obviously, but they lost Pete Alonso on that team, and they lost Nimmo. Now, I know they went out and got Lewis Robert Jr.
That's
not the biggest Robert Jr. guy in the world.
Not an upgrade. Peralta, to me, is the bigger addition.
I like the Mets' young pitching. Tongue, McNeil. I mean, that guy pitched against the Phillies last year. They couldn't touch him.
Nope.
Some of those young guys that they have that are now going to be there right from the jump street.
Just straight gas.
Awesome stuff. All right, when we come back, one thought every game, looking back at championship weekend and what it means, our first look at Super Bowl 60 with KC Joyner from The Athletic next on the Sports Bash.
Keeping the fans entertained and happy.
On 97.3 ESPN and the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app.
Sixers star BJ Edgecombe, #1 overall picks, Cade Cunningham and Cooper Flagg. Before they played in the NBA, they played at the Metro Classic. The Metro Classic is coming to Stockton University in Galloway from January 29th through the 31st. 6 of the nation's top 10 teams, plus local teams, Middle Township and Atlantic City, all will be hitting the floor. Tickets and schedules are available now at MetroClassicBasketball.com.
Attention residents, be advised. The Pennsylvania Liquor Control Board has once again increased the price of wine and spirits. We are here to help. To avoid paying this increase, shop with Total Wine and More and save up to 40%. We will continue to offer the absolute lowest prices. Visit Total Wine and More, offering
All right, live at the Fanatic Sportsbook, Ocean Casino Resort in Atlantic City. Of course, you can watch UFC 325 here this weekend. Check out all that Ocean has to offer. Nola's Lounge. We've got I love being here in the middle of the day on like a Tuesday. You got some live action going, some college hoops. Got the bar full. People are starting to fill up on a Tuesday here.
Got some Coronas going.
Yeah. We've seen a lot of people hanging out at the bar here. Now, next Monday, we'll be here live. And then Tuesday, we're off to San Francisco. And then we'll be back here Monday to recap the Super Bowl. That will be our last 2025 NFL season broadcast at the Fanatic Sportsbook. Always love it here. Been a great time. Been a great season. Let's take a look back at Championship Weekend. KC Joyner from KCJoyner.com and The Athletic joins us right now. Make sure you check out KCJoyner.com for his new Substack and get all his thoughts on this one. And KC, we had Championship Weekend last week here. A whole bunch of stuff that was so interesting. The first game, you have a snowstorm, and the story of the game was take the points, right?
Can't understand still to this day why he didn't do that. It reminded me, I got to thinking of that game because remember, Sean Payton is Bill Parcells' disciple. So he knows the whole story of the 1990 Giants and how that team, hey, you get backup quarterback, you got a good team, but still backup quarterback. How do you get to that championship? And they made every percentage play in those games that they won, the NFC Championship game of the Super Bowl. They made every percentage up. And when he's not going for the field goal there, I'm like, what are you doing? Parcells taught you that you got to do this. You don't go for the touchdown. You don't try to set up to get for the touchdown. You're trying to kick a field goal. You want to win a 10-7 game. That's what you're trying to win here. I still can't understand why he went against the grain on that one.
So, I mean, then they had to change what they did, though, with the quarterback situation. And you think to yourself, you know you have the quarterback situation, and potentially you know weather is coming. Don't I have to kind of take those points there?
Yeah, exactly. That's the thing. Coaches, when you start looking at the way coaches coach their game plans and things, but in fact, Buddy Ryan used to say, look, coaches, he'd go up against Bill Walsh's team, and Ryan would say, that Walsh is probably going to get a touchdown on that early drive, but if we could survive that touchdown, Parcells thought the same thing. We survived that touchdown. Maybe get about 10 points. We can come back from that. That's what you're thinking of as a defensive coach there. But if you're sitting on Sean Payton's position, you go, look, if we get up 10-0. Buddy Ryan used to think if I get up by a couple of scores, now my defense just needs to make one big play, and my defense is good to win this game. If you get up 10-0, now you can get Drake May, who made some bad decisions, made some interceptions the week before. You get him to make mistakes, now you can turn that game around. But now it's only 7-0, only one score behind. The coaching mindset doesn't change on the other side. You don't get don't take quite as many chances.
Listen, they're up 7-0. It's the second quarter. It's early in the game, and they're going to try to go for the jugular there. It's 4th down and 1 at the 14, and you're thinking, man, if we get this yard, we score a touchdown, we're up 14-0. Instead of kicking the field goal, the momentum swings, and then after that, I mean, it's not like New England had some great offense either, but it feels like if you're up 10-0 in that spot, it's a completely different game.
Yeah, and why put it in Stidham's hands? Why not just throw it back? Why not try and just pound the ball? Why not do a toast push? Why not do something of that nature? Why not do something or do you could do flip 90 is what they call it, where you fake everything inside, just do a guy, just do your run back to sprint out to the outside, do something, but to throw the ball, I don't understand that at all. And I guess he was probably thinking if I came to his defense, would be okay. Look, we got to take a chance here, and we're gonna have to do something different. We're gonna have to take a shot. I don't get it. It's like when you take a chance, take a percentage chance. If you're gonna take a chance, and that just they go. That's going too far against the grain. Like you didn't need to make that play to win that game.
Well, and then of course you have the play Stidham with the turnover there, and it turns into the points that really changed the dynamics of that game. I mean, and you wonder how differently they played that game because Stidham was the quarterback.
Yeah, and the thing is, I love how they did it early on. You get the touchdown early on. You get the touchdown on the second possession, and that's the thing. You can look at Stidham. If you're Sean Payton, you're going, all right, we know what Stidham can do. We know the certain things he could do. So let's create and say, let's get 10, 12 plays we know that he's really good at. Because you think of the first 2 drives, they had 8 plays. So, okay, and one of them leads to the touchdown. All right, we know we've got Stidham here. We know we can do a few things with him. Let's get the things he could do. Let's throw the things that that we know the defense line is looking for. Let's do that early on so we can get that lead and play with that lead. I do not understand how you get to that point. Also, remember they brought Will Lutz there to be their kicker because he had done so well for them. And
it's a tough spot to kick in, man.
The missed 2 field goals. you can't. Matt Barr, and I'm keep going back to it, but that reminded me so much of the '90 Giants. Matt Barr in the 1990 NFC Championship game, he hits 5 field goals to beat San Francisco on the road. If he misses one, they don't get there. Super Bowl, same thing. He hits the field goals. He made a tackle on the kickoff return to stop them. Matt Barr might have been the MVP of that game in some senses, but if he doesn't make those kicks, you can't miss one when you're playing that kind of ball. And that's the thing. It's maybe he knew that Wentz wasn't going to be that good either. Maybe he had an inkling, but I mean, not be able to kick a field goal from that close in. If you think that's the case, you got real problems.
Well, and the third quarter drive, it's a 9-minute drive. I mean, it's a masterpiece. It's a soul-crushing drive that basically in the snow and the way that weather went, when they scored that touchdown and May goes running in, you almost felt like this game's over because you were seeing guys slipping. I mean, the running backs couldn't get their foot in. I mean, at that moment when New England scored, it almost felt like game, set, match.
Yeah, it did, and you got to know that the Broncos were thinking, as soon as they don't get that and they see what happens, they're like, because you have a limited path to success. The idea though that when you get the quarterback change that quick, you don't even you go 1 week to make your change at quarterback, and you didn't even get him in the last game and nothing. It's just like we've got right now to do it, and you have that early success. They're going to look back at this and go, we have the shot to win this thing. And then once May scored, I think you could see in the Broncos' minds, they're like, we're not going to win this game. You could just see the air go out of the balloon.
Well, the play on the tush push, Denver thought they got to stop there, and that was a big play in the game.
Yeah, and that's the thing. If you're trying to win on belief, and that's essentially what they were doing, is say we believe we can win. You got to a point where because instead of starts you're thinking there's no way they can win, and you get to a point where you can't convince your team of that. And that carries a lot. Emotion carries a lot with the team in that kind of situation. And when they didn't get the stop there, again, you could see the deflation just happens. It only takes a couple things. That's why you have to have a little bit extra in the bag. You got to get up 10-0 and say, hey, if we have one bad play go against us, we've got a little bit extra here to do it. And again, if he hits those field goals, think about it. They kick a field goal, they hit you at 2. They score 16 points, and now New England would need one more touchdown. I don't know New England's getting another touchdown against that defense in those circumstances.
All right, KC Joyner, one thought every game. We're looking back at championship weekend. KCJoyner.com. Make sure you check that out. And, of course, all his coverage on the NFL at The Athletic. So, by the way, that game is in the snow. It's in Denver. If the game is not snowing and it's just a normal day in Denver, do you think the Broncos win that game?
Yeah, probably. Honestly, I can see the Broncos. Now, although again, with the snow getting there, I think it helped them, and they needed to make that thing a slugfest like it was and things. But if you have a clear day, does Lutz hit the field goals? Does that mean if you have a real nice way to hit those field goals? I don't know if he does or doesn't and things. But.
Well, and just like you got Stidham, you're the backup quarterback, and now these elements come into play. You're wondering if it just was a normal day, if he could have just made a couple quick pitch and catches that he had trouble with.
Yeah, exactly. He could pull like a Hostetler did, and I mentioned that, but he could pull like kind of a Hostetler and say, hey, I'll make a couple of big plays and things. Yeah, you could get because it does when you get that kind of the weather factor in there. If you're trying to do, I don't want to say trick plays, if you're trying to come to say, okay, we're going to do some mixed up things. The weather now, if you had a good, like I mentioned that flip 90 play, if you had that, if you're trying to run that in the snow. Maybe your running back slips. It's a pitch you're going to have to make in that bad weather, and suddenly you have to be a lot more conservative in some of the plays that you're trying to call for. You can't just open up the playbook and say, hey, we know we can get leverage here. You got to get leverage, and you got to make a play in bad weather.
Listen, I would have liked to see Knicks play in a game like in different weather situation, but I'm pretty happy that the Patriots won because I don't need to see Jared Stidham playing in the Super Bowl.
No, it would be like. Remember that playoff game that what was that? I think the Raiders had Houston had a backup quarterback in a wild card game or something like 3 or 4 years ago, and the backup quarterback. And it's not like when Hostetler played. I keep coming back to when Hostetler played in that '90 Super Bowl. Even though the Bills were favored, Hostetler had taken.
Yeah.
He won. Hey, he beat the Bears in the playoffs. You knew he could do something. He had made some plays. It was like, okay, this guy's a good backup quarterback. Stidham, I don't know good a backup quarterback yet. I'm thinking Hostetler. Yeah, it would have made for a 4.5 point spread. I think it would have been a double-digit point spread if Denver's in that.
It may have been, and we may have seen a Super Bowl similar to the Ravens, the 48-7 game about 10, 15 years ago.
Yeah.
All right, let's go to the NFC side. Man, there's so much in this game. Great game, a lot of fun. I leave that game, and I say all the time, Casey, McVay is a great play designer and a great play caller, but man, he leaves a lot of meat on the bone, and he mismanages those games. Every time the Rams lose, you're like, the game was mismanaged in the end. Like they fumbled the punt, so people have got to push back on that. But like, they always seem to never have timeouts at the right time. They're always just constantly leaving points on the board. If they kick the field goal, what do you make of the way the Rams ended up losing that game?
They had, you remember they had the game against San Francisco to decide the conference championship. That was a slugfest game, real low-score game. And the Rams have the kind of defense that their pass coverage, look at their vertical pass coverage numbers, like a second half of the season, they're one of the worst teams in the league in vertical pass coverage. They're just not just mediocre, they're really bad. So I'm looking at that going, if you're McVay, why are you trying to invite a shootout like that? I mean, you're hoping you can get Darnold to make some interceptions, but your defense isn't playing that well. Again, you let Sam Darnold throw for 346 yards and 3 touchdowns. Why are you not trying to slow this thing down? Why? And I know you've got Corbin Williams. You're going to run them 19 times. Why aren't you running them 30 plus times, making it a lower scoring game? I know you've got Stafford and you've got those guys there, but when you've got as bad a defense as they have, and you got Jackson Smith and Jigba, and again, you're getting a 51-yard catch to Rashid Shaheed. All they have to do is make one big play, and there you go. I'm looking at going, I don't like that. I just don't like the idea that we're going to get into a shootout, because I mentioned after the wild card round, the Rams, they're prone to getting into shootouts, and you just can't keep getting into them. And you're trying to get into a shootout at Seattle with that crowd there, and your defense isn't playing that well. I don't get the whole concept of I think they were playing for. We're going to try and get in. We're going to try and win a high scoring game. I just do not understand that.
Right, and then you have obviously you have the punt. That thing plays a big factor. But on the flip side, you get the stupid taunting penalty. So it was almost like you got to gift it right back to you there. But you're right. The fact that I was surprised by two things. One, that it was as high scoring as it was. I mean, Seattle scoring 31 points. And this is interesting. You look at what Philadelphia's offense and all the problems they have. Seattle's got Jackson Smith and Jigba, and that's it. And somehow they get them the ball at will whenever they want to. And then on the flip side, the fact that Seattle's defense gave up 27 points in that kind of situation was kind of surprising.
It speaks well. You're talking. McVay's very good at play calling plays, at designing plays. He's very good at look at those weaknesses. And McDonald, that defense has been superb. McDonald is a fantastic defensive coach. I mean, him and Jesse Minter, the idea that Michigan had both of them on their staff, that's just incredible for because those are two of the best minds in the business. But yeah, Smith and Jigba, I understand Nakua, they do things to get him open and things. But Smith and Jigba on that one play, he's running. Brady was even asking, did you decide not to cover this guy? He's just going straight through across the middle of your defense, the most dangerous guy. Rashid Shaheed can make a big play, and he got the one catch for 51 yards. He does nothing else. And their next biggest receiver was wide receiver was Cooper Kupp, 4 for 36 yards. So one big play, Rashid Shaheed. All you have to do is shut down JSN, but that shows you how bad their secondary is because they couldn't do a thing. And they use JSN in a different way than the Rams use Nakua. I mean, they're do some similar things, but a lot of ways Nakua, they're play calling him open. And within Smith and Jigba, they're saying, hey, we're going to do what's called full field reads, and you have to cover the whole field. And it's a different story because when you have to cover the full field, it's really, if you're the Rams, why are you not just saying we're taking him out and you can take whatever else you want? Because that's what you got to do.
Well, Seattle, I don't know how many people had a rematch of the 2015 Super Bowl between the Patriots and the Seahawks, but here we are. One thought every game, initial thought on the matchup there.
Initial thought on the matchup is that I have a lot of different thoughts. But the initial thought is, okay, if you're New England, what kind of are you going to try and get a shooter with these guys? Are you going to try and go Drake May with your receiving core against these guys? Can you stop Smith and Jigba, and can you stop the ground game? Because New England has had trouble stopping the ground game. I'm curious to see what kind of game plan New England's going to want to play because I think they want to go low scoring here as well. I don't think the Seahawks want to go shootout mode. But I think the Seahawks can win a low-scoring game as well or better than New England can, and they can win shootout mode. So the paths for victory for New England in this one are not – I don't say they've got like a 30% implied chance to win. If you look at the implied odds, they got 30% chance to win. I see that as about right, but I think those chances they need Darnold to make a couple of turnovers. If they don't get that, I don't see how they win this game.
All right, of course, we are a ways off for the Super Bowl. We will be in San Francisco next week here on the Sports Bash. And, of course, KC Joyner will have coverage. He said he has a lot of thoughts on those games. Check him out at kcjoyner.com and, of course, at The Athletic at kcjoyner.com. Check that out. Casey, I can't believe it's over. I can't believe we've reached the end.
It just seems like just yesterday we got started. But, hey, it should be, like you said, it should be a fun Super Bowl. The best matchup you could have got out of those 4 teams.
All right, man. Appreciate it.
Thanks, Mike.
All right, KC Joyner, everybody, here on the Sports Bash. One thought, every game in the books for the 2024 season. When we come back, the poll question has just wrapped up. We will figure out what you guys had to say about this Tuesday poll question. Phillies fans, take your pick. 1 year, $10 million for Adolis Garcia, or 2 years, $20 million for Harrison Bader. We'll see what the fans said. We'll update the poll question. We'll get you ready for tonight and more. The Sports Bash Live on 97.3 ESPN. All right, getting ready to get out of here on this Tuesday night at the Fanatic Sportsbook. Ocean Casino Resort in Atlantic City. Looks like the place is filling up at that bar, Peachy.
I got some numbers for you on Phillies Truck Day, February 3rd. 5,000 cups.
5,000 cups.
That's the number that they settled on. They believe 5,000 will get them through.
You think that gets it done?
I'm right? 5,000.
You're there for probably about 45 days, I would say, right?
Yeah.
So you're looking at about 111 cups per day. I mean, it's got to be more than 100 people at the facility.
Yeah.
You get 1 cup per day?
You got to reuse the cup?
Yeah, that sounds like they're going short there.
2,400 baseballs.
2,400 baseballs, okay.
600 pairs of pants.
Sounds like a lot of pants.
900 pairs of socks.
How are there not enough cups, but there's not enough pants?
Well, I feel like these guys wear a different pair of pants every day.
Exactly.
Right.
The socks, you definitely need a different pair of socks.
Definitely new socks.
300 pairs
That's
of
probably,
batting gloves.
of all the thing, you definitely, the sock is a one-and-done proposition.
That's it. It gets you one use. That's it.
Well, I mean, you can wash them, but
You got to have another pair ready.
yeah, like the pants, you can get away with.
Especially the jerseys. They wear stuff under those jerseys, too.
Yeah, they have 200 light jackets, 200 fleeces, 300 pairs of batting gloves. Got
Hey,
some
Mike,
bikes.
were you a batting gloves guy when you were younger, or were you a just
Austin
straight?
Hayes. Yeah.
Batting gloves, definitely. I mean,
Did you keep them on when you ran the bases, or did you tuck them in the back pocket?
Oh, the oven mitt.
usually kept them like a fist, like held on to them. That was like the oven mitt before the oven mitt, because the oven mitt makes you look like a complete idiot. I don't know why anybody would say, hey, I got a great idea. Can you buy me one of these things that makes me look like a fool? I opted against that and just put them in my hand. But I also had pretty good confidence that I know how to slide, so I don't need an oven mitt.
Right.
Yeah. I think the oven mitt is probably the most ridiculous, useless invention that has been.
It has staying power, though. I mean, everybody uses them. I don't
They
think it's
all-
going to go away.
No, then they all look like idiots. Every one of them. Every one of them looks like an idiot. And it's the most useless thing you could possibly buy. It is the biggest waste of. You know what they charge for those things?
No.
Some people are charging like $150 for those things.
Got the Fanatic on there?
Are you kidding? A broken ice cream cone? Kid shows up to my practice with that thing on, with an ice cream cone on it. I'm getting out of here. Sixers tonight at 8 o'clock.